What is up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. I'm Bray Thorne. How you doing? Glad to have you here. Certainly was an interesting year. We're getting close to the end here, aren't we? We're getting close to the end. And I'm so sad to see 2025 go. So sad. What a great year for everybody. Anyways, all blatant lying aside, we're here to hang out, chill out, space out, some probably, and just enjoy ourselves a little bit. How are y'all doing? How are y'all doing this wonderful evening? How are you? I am fine. Get that popped out there. It's probably going to be a fairly chill Sunday in terms of action in the form. That's okay with me. It's totally okay with me. Had a fairly busy weekend myself, so you know, and a lot coming up, a lot in the pipeline coming up with CES right around the corner, and maybe the most important CES I have ever attended, because companies have some splaining to do. I'm sure I don't need to elaborate on that. So we're gonna be asking some of the hard questions, and I'm gonna try to get that into to get the most eyes on it. Well, it should probably be a full video, to be honest. If you know, just like several 5-minute, maybe even 2-minute interviews, you know, with you know, people over at I'm pretty sure we can get to SK Hynix and Micron and chat with them. Micron should be interesting, that's for sure. And of course, the thing is, I understand something. There's something that going to these events really helps sort of cement for you. The person in front of you is not the person making all of the money. They're the marketing person, which actually they usually have messaging that maybe they think is important or that they should pass along, and that maybe sometimes is a bit helpful. So I just don't see Micron really weaseling their way out of looking like a bunch of douchebags, honestly. But again, the marketing people didn't make the choice. There are going to be people there who have spent their careers marketing crucial. It's going to be an awkward CES for those guys. Exiled Wolf, how's it going? Natty the Panda, welcome. Thanks for coming in early. Hey, bro, I shot you DM with the currently still in progress but usable Pokemon Master List. Oh, sick. Let me take a look at that. Oh, was it in Discord? I'm guessing it was in Discord. MK Loomis, what's up? Welcome. Silent Furies, how you doing? Costco has a smoking deal on. Nice. What? In Discord. Okay, I'll take a look. Over in YouTube land, what's going on? Empire of Noise, welcome. Happy advance Happy New Year to you. I will be streaming probably New Year's Eve. I might stream New Year's Eve rather than Thursday, because New Year's Eve is Wednesday night, and just have New Year's Eve with you guys, because Ari will be working a 2 to midnight shift, which is like the most unfortunate shift for New Year's Eve. On desktops right now, Silent Fury is not really the recommendation I usually would give out, but honestly, I'm probably going to have to change my take on that, because your Walmart, your Costco, your Best Buys, places like that, they're going to have stock of PCs that were pieced together before Ramageddon. And though they're probably raising prices on it because they can, it's not going to be necessarily as bad as, you know, the companies that just can't get stock, which is SIs. Amazon has warehouses that just have stacks of PCs that are just there, and they're not necessarily going to be on top of jacking up prices when it comes to specific things, you know? So I'm gonna have to figure that out. Oh, I just got my beach in there yesterday, finally. Of course, the lights were all set to purple. MK Loomis, I hope you like purple. You can change it, of course. Of course you can. AIO died after 8 years. Oof, Link for Hunter. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeesh. At least AIOs are not overpriced right now. Force Gaming Network, welcome. How's it going? Hello from Manchester, UK. Got Micron shares. Should I be scared? I think you asked me that last time. And we chatted about that. You had said Micron shares, AMD shares, right? If I'm guessing correctly that you have AMD shares, Empire of Noise, it's because we already talked about this. Okay, I did immediately realize who you were. Natty, the nice thing is I recently went through and because I had for the longest time my DM requests in Discord, and it's like kind of the same across. It's funny, I'm not a huge content creator, okay? The thing is I have a concentrated subscriber base of all people who want help with PCs. So my DMs in Twitter, Instagram, Discord, all that, inaccessible just for the longest time. So I went through and cleared some out of people who just weren't members anymore, things like that, ones I couldn't answer at the moment, things like that. I get a lot of DM requests, and honestly, guys, it's just best to get help directly from our volunteer techies. Ooh, did I ever put the message up? I need to go make sure I did that. 1 second, everybody. Ooh. It should, well, when Shanala Cerberus gets here. What channel is this? Okay, I'm sorry. 1 second. It's funny that how to set up your new gaming PC video kind of came about because I wanted to give the volunteer techies of our Discord the holidays off, which is why I came out with it on Christmas Day 2 years ago. But I'm going to go ahead and I always link it. I'm going to do that again. I'm very sorry, everybody. 1 second. I forgot to do this before. I forgot to do it in the first place before Christmas, and then I forgot to do it again. But they get, I shut down the Tech Questions forum from Christmas to New Year's, just so that they can get a break. And then I link the how to set up your new gaming PC video there. It has some helpful stuff there that usually covers the couple things people usually get wrong when they're setting up their first PC. Honestly, I probably need a better thumbnail for that video. It was made very last minute. I mean, it's my top viewed video. I need to have a better thumbnail for it. Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. Z-Man-Scar, what's going on? How's it going? No, you're right. Sorry, didn't think you would remember. I do. It was a pretty distinctive it stuck out to me because on the one hand right now, and we talked about this of course, but on the one hand right now, you're seeing your fortunes rise, but these companies are straight up like bullish on AI, and they are tying the fortunes of their shareholders to the AI bubble, whether you want that or not. Like, that it could just keep going up. Big number could keep getting bigger. But I think there are some sources you can find, some resources to find to see when major shareholders of certain companies sell. Because when they do it, you probably want to do it because they know something that you probably don't. But I guarantee you, they don't want the bubble to burst. They do not want that. We'll see how that goes. I had to go to bed earlier in the weekend so I could buy a new air cooler with an Arctic Freezer 36. That's a good cooler. Good. I'm glad you cleaned your PC. Sky the Cow, what's up? Welcome. Going to order the parts for the custom loop tonight or tomorrow and getting excited. That custom loop is crazy. That system's going to be crazy. I did see the video Jay made about that CPU block, and that thing's pretty rad. Okay. All I really do in the Tech Questions forum is I just remove for the @everyone thing for Killer Bees, which are Killer Bees, Warrior Bees, and Techies. You know, your mods and your the techie role and all that. They can still post and comment in the forums, but everyone else, I just turn off the ability to comment or post or create posts. That's just until January 2nd, 2026, and they will be back helping y'all out of the goodness of their hearts, just to be helpful, kind of like I like to do around here with the streams. So, Humanity, what's up? Welcome. Link for Hunter. I also bought a new electric blower a month ago. Finally got to use it. Hunter, I would say make sure if you're gonna aim that at your case fans, make sure you hold the hub of that fan or hold the blade so it cannot spin freely and screw up those bearings in there, or potentially even create a charge that goes back through the wiring. Just Trains, welcome. How are you doing? Robert Fix It, welcome in. So, I actually had... What is that? What is that? There's something right there, and I don't know what it is. What is that? Oh, it was an emote. It was an emote. It was a Lexicon. It was the LGN emote. Okay, I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa! What happened to my setup? Is it my overlay? What's going on? Okay, anyways, so I'll have to clean with a toothbrush. That's a good way to do it. Onward, what's going on, buddy? How's it going? I actually was meaning to message you about about the video that that last video I had you edit. I have to add a part to it, but also, man, and I just haven't had the time to go in and do this myself. We gotta cut that video down. There's a lot of it's just a lot of me meandering and repeating myself. That thing, I'm just basically saying, you shouldn't wait. You should buy now, and here's why. And that thing is like, what, 45 minutes long or something like that. I would appreciate that just to clean up on it. I mean, try to get it. If it's like 50 minutes, it's just too long for that message. Listen, chat can be a witness to this, so I can't complain later on because whenever I suggest something, you're like, yep, I got it, and you do it. I need you to be more ruthless in the edits. I talk too much. And it's a problem. But I'm gonna do a quick thing to add to it tonight. I think that's a good thing to do. Rather than doing a whole other video tonight, I'll record a segment to add in. Try to keep it concise because so much has changed. That's another reason I froze on that video, because just days after that, we had NVIDIA, rumors of NVIDIA, leaks about NVIDIA saying they're going to cut 40% of GPU production, and then I believe them confirming. I'm going to have to look it up real quick just to make sure of that. But that's a huge deal, especially because in the video, I literally say, we were worried about, I was talking about Micron. Like, we're worried about NVIDIA leaving the GPU space, the gaming space, GeForce line. I don't think that's going to happen. And then what happens a couple days later? Yeah. Braythorn.tech no longer goes anywhere. Humanity, I know. That was my vanity link for the merch store. There's a new merch link for you. I just need to get with Fourth Wall to get that functionality working again. So if you just do... There you go. I think the play with these is just to put them out ASAP. Otherwise, we'll keep adding new info. No, this thing, dude, Ramageddon is different. It is different because usually there's not earth-shattering news every other day. When it comes to like, I mean, it's usually like 4 times a year where there's like CES, Computex, AMD keynote. Okay, maybe 8-9 times a year. I'm gonna be honest there, but. It was because I saw, oh my God, there's still so much video. So basically, I know sometimes it can be like difficult to ascertain what I would want to keep in there. But you got to give it a pass through. Even after you do your what you feel is your final edit, give it a pass through as just a viewer. And be like, he's kind of going on a little bit here. Don't be charitable about that. Because, like, if people click out of... If they don't click the video because it's too long, we can't help them. I'm not helping people that way, you know? So be ruthless. It won't hurt my feelings. And there's been times where, where with the previous editor here, when I would go back, I'd be like, I know I said this one thing, and he cut it out. I would just extend that piece back out, find that part, put it back in, and I can do that. I think it's better to err on the side of making that video flow, make it short, and especially because I tend to repeat myself. He said, repeating himself from like 10 minutes ago. I do. I repeat myself, and I'm sorry about that. So the other thing is, yeah, we might actually be doing. Well, we might be doing another channel, which is something I'll talk separately with you about, of course. But it's, you know, it's going to be essentially, guys, I have a good plan for this, by the way. I have a pretty good plan for this. But I've been really getting back into Pokemon stuff, and doing the pack rippings and stuff is a lot of fun. But that's just one aspect of what I like about Pokemon. Like, I like playing the video games. I've always wanted to try Nuzlocke. I have some content creator friends who are Pokemon content creators who do these things that we've already chatted about doing Soul Link or our Archipelagos together. That's already like collab stuff to get a channel like that started, which is awesome, because starting a new channel is really scary. But I already have an awesome idea for it. Basically, what I can do in a 4-hour gaming stream, right, is I can basically make like 3 videos in that one stream. And what we do is we get something like this, where it's like a 10-pack box, or whatever, and we do a pack ripping, see what we get. And the mission continues through on the channel where for that part of it, where it's like, I'm trying to create a national Pokédex and maybe get into the TCG. Then I can see about doing playing some Nuzlocke, or just a challenge or something like that in the video game. Do a little challenge, something like that. And then, what was the third thing? I had a third idea. Basically, in a 4 to 6 hour stream, I can get all of that done in one stream. And that's 3 videos in a week right there. Done. Or you take where I'm doing these, and I split, if it's 10 packs or 6, whatever, I split it up. That's 2 or 3 shorts right there. And once, you know how it is with shorts. Once there's a template for editing, it's like clockwork. It's just in and out. It's done. Do your grocery stores have those Pokemon vending machines? Not that I have seen at all. Dodger Dog, what's up? Cherokee Vapors says, wow, running long. Well, I mean, there's people who stream all day. Like, it's because it's their full-on job. Chris Adams, what's going on? Just found out there's One Piece cards. Yep, there is. You know, I do like One Piece, but I never really got super into it. I plan on watching the whole thing because they're basically re-releasing, like remaking the anime. And they're going to make it flow better. But there's another side to this though, guys. Starting this is going to be difficult. But I kind of feel like I have to do it. And the reason is, we're going to get to a point in the industry where I'm like, because there's going to be, iBuyPower won't be able to get RAM. SkyTech will have trouble getting RAM. Prices are going to keep going up. People won't be able to buy PCs, and for a while, people will lose interest in buying PCs until the market rights itself. And to be fair, it usually would be a good thing that people would start voting with their wallets. But unfortunately, if RAM companies are like, oh, you don't want the little bits of RAM that we gave you, cool, we're going to go ahead and stop making that completely, and like Micron, you know. Anyways. I'm very open with you guys about the fact that what allows me to do this for a living is the fact that we have Operation Code Braethorn, which I don't know if I should call it that anymore. That was when I started it off, when I was like, I'm tired of discount codes that go away every holiday, that my video is now obsolete. Also, I don't want people to drop a bunch of donos or bits or subs to support me. I'd rather they save money and support me, and I'm going to be open about it, and I'm going to tell everybody about it. I made a video about this. So, so when you guys save money on a PC by using my code, that also helps me do what I do. When people can't buy PCs, AdSense is not enough for me. Like the ads and stuff, it's not enough to make a living off of, because I'm not getting millions of views or hundreds of thousands of views other than on a couple of videos. That's part of it, though. That's part of the plan, is to do that. But if you look at a channel like well, certain channels, like Short Pocket Monster was Deep Pocket Monster's like shorts channel, that got to 2 million subs in like a year and a half, or less, about a year, something like that. Sure, it took like 300 shorts, but that's crazy. And that kind of thing can be a really big deal in terms of supporting everything else I do. Now, there will be times where when things get good again, the PC content can support the other stuff. Like, that's what got me started, was the fact that I had enough to get some cards and start doing this and just see if I liked it, see if you guys liked it, and the responses have been pretty universally good. But I don't want to go back to a 9 to 5. I don't know if I could at this point. Like, this is a dream job. It's not necessarily an easy job, but it's a dream job. Like, I don't want to give this up, you know? So if things get really bad in 2025, then I have this other channel that I'm going to be growing to lean on. From what I understand, it's easier to get monetized now on YouTube with a new channel. And like, this is not just to have fun. This is also a bid to save this channel, even through the dark times. Yo, all right. We take those. Cherokee Vapors just dropped a Prime sub. Let's go, nerds. Thank you for 9 months of support, Cherokee Vapors. Appreciate that. And I love Prime subs because it doesn't cost you anything you're not already spending on your Amazon Prime. So I like that. Hey, what's up, 3D Effects? Coming with that 3-stream streak, which I have to say, which is great. Perfect time for me to mention that the Pokemon Master List is completely usable. I just need to make it look good and add more additional functionality. That would be super appreciated. I'm probably going to be turning this desk over here into like and I've mentioned this before, a gaming setup, yes, where I can do things like if I'm going to do a keyboard, or which I'm going to probably start trying to lean more into peripherals as well, things that people can actually get, because I don't want to just spend an entire year and a half talking about what you can't buy. So I'm probably going to lean into, diversify there. Of course, pre-built, rebuilt is going to be more important than ever. And when I remember I told you guys when I was going to be going on that Austin trip that there could be a very big development for that. That is still, I'm going to find out more about that at CES. It's still this thing where it's like, I've been waiting for it to be the right, it was the right time. I put a lot of work into it, and then I have to toss all that work out the window. Great, cool. And just redo everything because, like, the PC that I took B-roll of, gone. The Deep Cool products that were going to be the sponsors of it, can't use that anymore. So yeah, it was one thing after another. But with this thing where people are not going to be able to really buy PCs that easily, if you can't upgrade your RAM, let's look at what else you can upgrade, right? Storage isn't crazy yet. It'll get there. It's not crazy yet. Upgrading your cooling can be massively important if you can't upgrade to a new platform. So maybe you want to get better performance out of your current platform, your current CPU, and all that. So yeah, I think it's going to be probably the most ideal time ever to launch pre-built, rebuilt. 2026 is going to be a crazy year, and it's probably for the first few months going to be pretty lean. But if I approach it right, I'll get through it, and I think things will actually be better, better for it afterwards. And hopefully the industry heals and everybody can get all the things they want, and they need, especially the things they need. We'll have to see. Hopefully, based on some speculation around like back to school time, late summer, things might be starting to either, well, it'll get, availability should improve at that point, yada, yada. We'll see how that goes. Also, the Asus thing, Asus making RAM, that's not true. It's not happening. That's not real. Chris Crawford, what's going on? JPB, welcome. How's it going? John Paul. Is Alexander PC going to make more Legionnaires? Did you get a piece of those? Don't you get a piece of those? Yes. Well, yes, that is part of it. You're supporting what I do if you get one of those. But also you're getting a PC from an absolutely awesome company. They're not going to make more. No, it's just not feasible anymore. There's no way they could do it near the price that they did. Storage and RAM are now cost more than the GPU. But rest assured, like if you ordered it, Chris, because my name was behind it because I trust that company. So ergo, you can trust that company. Like they're really good. Humanity, also thank you for being in both chats. I appreciate that. Well, I love that font with my name across the next across the screen. Yeah, I do like that alert. I should probably move it to where it's not in my face though, but it's cool. Upgrading recycled OEMs is probably the future for the next 2 years if it comes with good RAM. Asus making RAM is super cool. Imagine them completely avoiding RAM crisis. What's up, Astral? They're not making RAM. They came out and said this is untrue. It was a news outlet some across the pond somewhere. I think, I don't know, Middle East, somewhere like that, or I don't know where it was. But they've had some leaks that were correct before. This was incorrect. Remember, like if Asus ever made RAM, they'd be like Corsair. They'd be still buying their RAM chips from, you know, Micron or Samsung or SK Hynix. Spinning up a fab takes years. That's the supply problem. So they're not just going to be doing that. Whoever got those PCs probably got the best deals for the next 6 months at least. Absolutely. Like, no joke. I don't know. I feel like the only way we could have timed that better is if we had done it in like September when there was no RAM crisis. And as many people, I wish like we'd have done thousands of those. So everybody for the next however long would be like, I'm set. It's like the 5th time in a row I get the same Xbox ad. I don't care, Microsoft. I'm not using your bad services. Oh, you don't have to worry about that now. Yeah, thank you, Braythorn, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Natty the Panda. Let's go, nerds. Oh, look at that. 5 years of support. Let's go. Me supporting myself. There you go. You don't get to put a bunch of time into a spreadsheet and get away with not getting at least a gifted sub. Come on. SK Hynix says shortages till 2028. Yep. We live in a weird era where it becomes easier to get a PC by joining sweepstakes and giveaways than just by working to buy one. It's funny because giveaways and sweepstakes, you're not going to get scalpers trying to do those as much. You'll see them doing the Newegg Shuffle, that's for sure, but they're not going to get a lot of stock out of that. They'll probably just enter it as a side thing, you know? No, it's perfect top and center. It's not there that long. Anyway, maybe 10 seconds. That's true, but when people gift like 10 subs or something, it's there for a while. Jackie Bray, how are you? Fine Sunday evening. Good. Natty, be sure to refresh the stream so that you don't get ads now. Okay, there we go. Okay, so back to that. I'm going to take a look at this spreadsheet real quick. Okay, I need to... Hold on. Okay, gonna request access to that as editor. There you go. Request sent from Braithorn.tech. Yeah, I do tend to like graphics like that, really. Ubre, I'd like to blame you on my new controller. I ordered the 8-bit Ultimate 2 wireless controller. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, yeah, there's a special edition one. That's cool. ASMR keyboard stream. Yeah, what's up, Lux? Yeah, I just it was my fault for not doing something in the Discord I should have done forever ago. Oh, sweet. Oh, wow. Okay, okay. So interesting. Okay, so we have it as alphabetical right now. Is there a one page that is the Pokédex order? Basically where, because alphabetical is going to be great for me to going in and ticking off ones that I already have. Then later I can go to the one that's in order, maybe, if that's one that you make. And thank you for that, by the way. If it's one that you make, or maybe I could do that. It's just, I used to be good with Excel stuff. I'm not anymore. Let's see. Is okay. So that. Jeff says, I'm ready for 2026. Have a house build coming and a big PC room, all white. That's dope. That is very cool. Jeff, if you're not already in the Discord, you gotta keep us up to date on that in the Rigs channel or the DIY channel. I've been wondering if I should change the Rigs channel to setup, because the whole point is like to show your PC in like your space, right? And that's a setup. John Paul Bacon says, trying to decide how to spend my birthday tomorrow. Happy early birthday. That's awesome. Here, hold on. Happy early birthday to John Paul Bacon in the YouTube chat. Let's go, nerds. Happy birthday. I said it thrice. There you go. Or twice, maybe. Pages are in alphabetical order. The order inside the pages are in Pokédex order. Okay, cool. Nice, nice, nice. That actually that's a good way to do it. I like that. I like that. Even typing in there, that's dope. Wait. It links to, okay. All right, I got to show y'all this. It links to the Bulbapedia. That is so much work. That is so much. You're doing so much there. Yeah. And you're like, wow, a gifted sub. Come on. Your time is valuable. I could give you a $5 sub. $6, I guess, now. That is super sick. Okay. So one thing that would be kind of cool, I guess, would be a statistics page like as the last one, or one of the first ones, maybe. A tab, statistics tab. So it could be like number collected out of 1025, that kind of thing. And also what I could do as I get improved cards is I could make a column for like if it's a SAR or something like that, I can make a column for to link to, say, TCG Player, the page for that card. I'm just thinking of how I can add to it. I would say the only thing this is missing is probably more purple. That's... Oh, okay. Hold on. Whoa. Tech Nerd 420, thank you for gifting 5 YouTube memberships to the community. Let's go, nerds. That is a gift membership for your... Oh, you... Wait, received? What? Oh, okay. Base Station, Gary Lee Laster, Devin J6924, Roscoe 1466, and Justin HT 9772. Welcome to the Swarm. Thank you, Tech Nerd 420. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. So all the Pokemon start with A. Okay. It really wasn't that much work. I'm going to be real with you, but I'm glad you liked it. So I'm guessing, and I'm wondering if there's like, what I was thinking is there might already be a database out there or a template for it, but this is good. Also, the typing is super cool. So then I can go in and look like, oh, okay, so Beautifly is bug and flying type. Okay, cool. And then I go to the Bulbapedia page for that, see what it's weak against, things like that. That can just help me with the gaming side. That's really cool. But again, thank you again, TechNerd420. I appreciate that. That's real. Thank you very much. I've been working on to add more stuff like that. If you look at the very first tab titled WIP, Work in Progress, Master, I wrote there that I'm going to be adding more stuff like statistics and such there. Oh, you did? Okay. Okay, yeah. Like total Pokemon caught and some other things, but it's still a work in progress. You can use the pages to start catching the Pokemon, though. They're alphabetical order, and the listen side is sorted by Pokedex number. Sick. I mean, if we get downtime, I'll be in here doing this while we're talking. Why not? So, speaking of the Pokemon thing, so this is kind of what I was getting at. Prices are down for both like raw, graded, and even sealed product. Prices have been coming down. Not that GameStop would believe you when you say it, but it's true. And heck, I'm going to be going to Vegas for CES. I know for a fact there are some really dope card shops out there, and I'm going to see if I can like find MSRP ETBs and things like that. Elite Trainer boxes or booster bundles, things like that, to sort of stock up to keep me going for a long time. I'm going to have to slow down probably, unless I do get a card shop or two that want to take part in what I'm doing, start doing giveaways, things like that. That'd be super fun. Y'all know I've done giveaway stuff before. I love it. It's a lot of fun. But hey, I just want to let you know that the GPU is still chugging away in my PC. Thanks for the good deal. You got it. I will let you know though that your name is showing up as if you were here under a previous name before, TechNerd420. That's not what's showing up now. But you got it. I'm guessing I sold you a GPU. Sorry, the name change thing has thrown me for a loop on YouTube for a long time. There's a lot of people who are still like, hey, by the way, it's me. Yeah. Yeah. That reminds me, Bray, do you have a Yveltal? I got one, and I don't particularly care for Yveltal, so it'd be fun for me to send it over to you. Let me see. I believe I have one, but I think it's a common. Let me take a look. What kind of Yveltal did you get? It's a common or like a standard holo? So it looks, let me see. I'll just pull this out. It's not a rare card or anything. Looks like I have an Yveltal holo. Is it gonna, yeah. It's not a crazy card or anything. Like if you got a full art or something, I mean, yeah, it's probably the same card. Yeah. I'm sure if we get a few videos out, some shops will be interested in sponsoring. Yeah. Or heck, there's companies out there like VaultX that do sponsor content, but it really the expense, that's the expensive part. So like I was out today and I saw a decent okay, so basically I was down to this. Like for tonight's stream, I was stressing. I was like, I want to do more. Like it seems to be something the community is really enjoying. So this is what I had left. Was these two. There's two more Mega Evolution. So I was out today and I found Phantasmal Flames ETB for just a little over MSRP, and I was like, yo, that's a pretty good pickup. I'll go ahead and grab that. Which this had 9 packs in it. So if I have to decide though, do I want to do the kind of shorts where it's like I open packs to like get a hit and that's the short? Cool, I got something. I don't know, but basically what I'm thinking is it's going to be for that channel. I know I'm all over the place tonight. I'm sorry. For that channel, my idea is that it would be something like On like Tuesday, we upload a gaming video. On Thursday, we're ripping packs and doing what is it? TCG stuff. And just that, 2 videos a week. That's a lot of work. But honestly, I need to be doing 1 or 2 of, if I want to grow it quickly, that's kind of what needs to happen. That or shorts. Shorts 100% are like the big thing to grow a channel. It's crazy. If you just, and that's when I'm like, oh, I got to do a TikTok now. I don't want to do TikTok. I don't like TikTok. But growing on TikTok is crazy. Okay. Like if you look at someone like Carter PCs, started making TikToks when he was like, I don't know, 15 or 16, something like that, in high school, like talking about tech. And like he's 18 years old being invited to NVIDIA offices and being sent to Japan for a Sony thing. And he doesn't do long videos on YouTube. He just complains about tech at TikTok. Now, is that the kind of thing that like that's cool. I wish I had sort of that kind of that sort of an entertaining personality where it's just I can just do that and it works. I don't think I can just do that. I think I got to put some production into it, make it fun, that kind of thing. So I'm not belittling that at all. I think it's awesome. Like Terrence or DePoets, okay? He grew that same way. And that's sick. That's awesome because he's a very smart dude and he's very kind and generous and very, very knowledgeable and guy and just, you know, he's great at what he does. But he doesn't do much in the way of long form videos. So that's a really fast way to grow. I don't want to do that on the tech side. We'll do some of that. And that's how I like to cover events now. Because events, I mean, I know y'all don't really want to watch a 20-minute video of me walking around a booth. But if it's a minute and a half and it's just the hits, boom, 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 this is what you should be interested in. The rest is fluff, you know? I will only make a short at a booth if I'm sponsored to do it, which I try to make those fun anyway, okay? If I am. But I don't get a lot of those. If I go to a booth and I'm like, yo, this is sick. I want to make a short about this. Then I do. And that makes it really easy for me to be excitable and talking about it in the short. Makes it easier to watch. Oh, Northern Lights. Okay, good. Glad to hear that that GPU is still chugging along. Good. What's up, Tech Grant? How's it going? What's going on, Michelle? How are you? Yeah, it's a pretty good Christmas. What resolution are you shooting for? Resolution. Are you talking about for New Year's? Fix my YouTube career. That's the main one. But also start a new channel as well. 1 video a week for tech is I find it's best. Yeah, I mean, unless you got a team like Linus, right? Or Steve. Bray will probably suggest a 5070 Ti. Oh, someone was asking about a computer. Oh, that's what it was. They're asking about my New Year's resolutions. Frank Murray's Hatchet. What's going on? Is 5080 overkill if all I'm playing is just Warzone? Probably, but you got to say the resolution. 1440p, yeah, 5070 Ti. Michelle was right on the money. Shorts are big right now for tech tubers. I know. The problem is, like, there's some shorts where even if it's my friends, I'm like, I want to skip through it. Like, it doesn't grab me. But like Carter Shorts, I don't know what it is about that dude, but he's just like complaining about tech, or talk about this cool thing in tech, and this is actually kind of good, or whatever. Carter here, like that's it. That is it. Man, I love how the boxes look. I think you should go into shorts a lot more, like possibly 1 per day. Okay, onward. I'm gonna tell you, dude, straight up, the amount of work that is. But that's how Zach grew. That's how Zach got where he is. Right? Is 1 short per day, or sometimes no. I think he does like 2 or 3 per day. I could not do that. But my buddy Adef is doing that for Pokemon content, where he's just covering one fact about a Pokemon every day, and he's going through the Pokedex. It is very interesting, and he's great at it. Like, I watch every one of those. They're really good. Gonna be getting ETB soon enough. Nice. So I'll definitely be hoping for more legendaries. Grow your collection though. It's only if you get dupes. Only if you get dupes. Man, I love how the boxes look. I think you should go. Okay, right. For the shorts, I don't think I've seen someone open multiple packs and show all cards, quantity of commons, rares, hollows, etc., and the percentage of each type that you pulled in that session. That's actually really a really good idea. I like that. So like, because when you're figuring out what to buy, that's a really good point. The problem is, like, well, I know. I guess I can go back and look at some of the footage, some of the VODs. I need to download all my VODs where I did this. Because I did that one UPC, the Ultra Premium Collection, the Mega Charizard X EX UPC. Like, those are expensive, man. I tried to find a 151, and it was like $600. Like, I can't do that. What I think would be cool is I want to go to, like, as I'm going to be traveling around, I want to check out card shops so that if someone's going around or traveling somewhere, or they are located somewhere, I can be like, I'm going to check out a few places here. Let's see which ones have what, and, you know, who's around, like, who's there, what kind of stock they have right now. And, you know, like, that would be kind of fun whenever I'm traveling. That'd be cool. And maybe while I'm there, ask the people there that know Pokemon stuff questions. And the thing is, do I start covering other TCGs I'm not interested in? I used to be interested in Magic, but I left that behind a long time ago. You know, Pokemon has me excited. I love Pokemon. I used to watch the anime all the time, video games, and now I'm getting into the cards. But I know that there are Pokemon creators who open other TCGs. I don't think I want to really get into that necessarily. I mean, I like One Piece, but I haven't watched the 1100 and something episodes of it. I detach my feeling when it comes to making shorts, TikTok, and some kinds of content. I detach myself. Yeah, I'll see what I got to do. Yeah, the 5070 has sweet spot value and performance, 100%. That's what you have to do sometimes to get views. That's a neat Pokemon pack idea. It is. It really is, Natty. That's a great idea. That is. I like that. No, the thing is, they don't have to be a lot of work. Like, literally just turn the cam on and open a pack. You need quantity 100%. The algorithm for shorts is very volatile. Most shorts will flop, and then one goes to 10 mil. Onward, the one thing that I don't want to happen is that in, like, week 1 or 2. It's unlikely to happen. Very unlikely. It's actually kind of a saturated thing. It's just I can't bring myself to do something I don't enjoy, even if it's to save the... Like, I need to enjoy it, or it's going to be disingenuous 100%. It's not going to be entertaining if I'm just doing something that I think will do well, not something that I actually enjoy doing. Obviously, guys, I like talking about computers. That's why this worked. Angry Beaver, what's up? How's it going? I'll be lurking. You got it. I appreciate that. So, I could even do like a, what is an ETB? Because I got one right here. That would be great. And what happens is this. Onward. This is what happened. Well, what I was going to say was 1 per day. I don't know if I can afford that. Like, you're a pro. You deserve to be paid like a pro. That's, you know, unless I get in and I'm doing those myself and I'm letting you handle bigger projects. Because, yeah, I could probably do that. Because honestly, I can basically record all of that in 1 day and then just bam, cut it into 5. And it doesn't have to be, I'll skip Saturday, Sunday, whatever. Pardon me, 1 second. You can branch out to other areas if you wanted to grab more than one audience. But at the same time, it's like, are you going to be as invested in the other areas? Like, it doesn't really matter doing Pokemon, MTG, Dragon Ball, One Piece. If when you record anything that isn't Pokemon, you're dragging your feet. No, see, that's the thing. Natty, if I will promise you guys this. If you see me doing anything other than what you already know I like, it's because I'm trying it. And if I don't ever do it again, I didn't like it. But you never know unless you try something, right? So Yeah, I'm also going to mess with the Onward. I'm also going to mess with the layout here to make it really easy to edit shorts, right? So you're going to have right in the center is going to be the table and what I'm doing, what I'm showing, whatever, and then a big vertical of me on the side. If I might want to include chat in that just to sort of emphasize that I do stream, but yeah, I'm going to make that really easy to edit. We could also hire a beginner editor for shorts and do some light work and handle long term. Fair enough. Yeah. All right, Natty, I'm going to have you retry that one. Well, hello, I'm a beginner editor and my rate is very small. It's 1 Kit Kat bar per video. Oh, well, I'll tell you this. It does help when someone's editing something that they know about and that they're into. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to tell you, I very much hesitate to feed any addiction. Okay. And also, do you know what you can do with money? Is you can buy stuff like chocolate bars. Yeah. Base station. You think I'll be fine for a while with my 3070 just for competitive gaming with a few upgrades I did my PC. Base station, I'm going to tell you right now. If you can get a GPU, and I might have told you this already, do not wait. You can buy a 5070 right now. In Q1 or more likely Q2, I'm guessing, but sometime earlier in 2026, that's not going to be the case anymore. It is going to be a while before GPUs are readily available. We are heading face first into a shortage of GPUs. And I want to make sure you guys understand. There is no way I'm giving up on the main channel. There's no way I would do that. Nobody else is covering pre-builts. And I'm not about to leave that entire audience, that entire demographic of people without dedicated content. Like I have a responsibility there that I take very seriously. But yeah, Kit Kats are goated, 100%. Like whenever Halloween's coming around, we don't buy when we're buying candy for trick-or-treaters. We don't get one bag of Kit Kats we get 2 of them, and one of them is reserved. Okay. Wait. Did I miss something? Clear plastic plate. I'm sorry I missed your message earlier. Are you still here? And thank you for responding to that, Michelle. You're keeping me on point. I appreciate that. What's up, Alucard? How's it going? Kit Kat Chunky? What the hell is that? My daughter got me into this Kirby Friends thing. Easy collecting, but Kirby. It's not Pokemon or MTG, but it's with my daughter, so I'm rich AF right now. That's awesome. That is really cool. Beaver, I like that a lot. Yeah. Do you not have it in the US? I haven't seen it, so maybe not. Do you know how many Kit Kats are made that are not available in the US? Just look up Kit Kat Japan, all right? Like dozens, if not hundreds of flavors that are not available in the US. So I'm also going to be figuring out a better way to present everything, making a custom background. I already have some really cool elements for it. But all you got to do is watch any pack ripping kind of thing, and you'll see some backgrounds that people have done to make that really cool, look really cool. I have these 4 Pokemon, like I've got the Kanto starters plus Pikachu in like these big sort of figures that were on clearance at GameStop. They were like $12 instead of $30. So I bought all 4 of those. They're going to go in the background, like framing whatever's in the middle, that kind of thing. It's going to be cool. Too many. Oh, yeah. 5070 Ti can handle 1440p gaming. Base station, the 5070 Ti can handle 4K gaming. It does regularly on this PC. This is my main PC for streaming and gaming, and it does not have a 4090. That's in my editing rig. This thing is a 5070 Ti, and it plays any game at 4K. Having my 54th birthday. What haven't I gotten yet? That's one way to look at it for sure. I like the white chocolate ones. I'm not a big fan of white chocolate. Being half Belgian, it basically I like dark chocolate mostly, but hey, that means more for you. That's what that means, Jeff. All I want is a cookies and cream Twix back. They had the salted caramel ones. Those are pretty good. iBuyPower PCs can be serviced at Micro Center. Very cool. Yeah, Micro Center can service any PC, Robert. 100%. One of the good things about being there. I'll check out some for sure. Yes. So onward. What I'll do is on WhatsApp, I'll give you some links to channels to look at to sort of get a feel for the content. Because in order to make these things exciting, and I hate to say it, but there's things like, adding in sound effects, visual effects, things like that, can be really, really cool. But yeah, joking about being a beginner editor. By the way, I have some experience editing videos. It was something I did recreationally a few years back, but I stopped for a job in college. I have a back pocket now. Oh, that's cool. That is good to have in the back pocket. I will say that. Whatever route we take, Natty, I'm basically gonna be asking Onware to make the template for those shorts, and anyone who I have come on as an editor can just use that template, and it's gonna be mostly just cutting it down, making sure it looks good. Yeah, that's mainly gonna be it. And because it's not, landscape 4K full-on footage, it's going to be, well, basically what it would be is going to be cutting out from my streams essentially. And what you'll have is you'll have basically the center where like I'm opening cards or doing whatever, and then on the side you'll have, let's see, I can show you this. So in this layout here, this part is probably going to be this whole side right here, maybe covering chat, so that you have a full view of me talking, and then my hands here, and you can just you just move it back and forth, or you just cut to where you're showing this, like this part right here, or this part right here. It's really going to be fairly easy editing. And then of course the automated captions, which Adobe's pretty good at. I use Adobe, but it will be in it. Like the thing is, I do everything in Adobe, which can be a little pricey. Or we have face cam on top and main cam on the bottom. I think what I'm probably going to be doing Onware for some of them also is wherever I'm not talking directly to the camera, I might just do voiceover. Because when I'm opening Japanese cards, there's so many Pokemon I can't remember that, like I don't know them on site because I didn't play that gen or something. So like it's better to voice over, and I don't want to pretend I know the names. I'll straight up say there's so many of these I didn't know the names of, but here we go. Enjoying some Digimon. That game did look really good. Or we have face cam on top, main cam on the bottom. Yeah, yes, that works too. One of my favorites when it comes to intros is Purple Cliff, because he has this big studio room, all collector stuff on all the walls and stuff. And the entrance to the room is these double doors. And every time he's starting a pack opening thing, he bursts through them and yells something in the distance, but you can understand it. And he says, if I don't pull the Sabrina's this, whatever, I'm deleting my main channel, and then gets right into the opening and does voiceover from there. It's really funny. It's really funny because it's like, bam, and it just gets your attention, and it works. It works on me. I'll say that. Current gen GPUs are so much more capable than most are aware of. Even lower end models are better than the older high end cards. OMG, no, I was like, I wanted 5080, but price to performance isn't there. And so many people said it wasn't worth the money over the 5070 Ti, only just a few more FPS. I'm one of those so many people, Base Station. So just look at the facts, okay? CUDA cores, things like that. Yes, there's fewer in the 5070 Ti. Let's look at the other facts. Same amount of VRAM, 16 gigs VRAM. Both have dual encoders. For the longest time, I thought the 5070 Ti had the single encoder, and that was the point where, oh, it's worth getting the 5080. I was wrong. They both have dual NVENC, which is crazy for content creation streaming and streaming. And then both get the same DLSS4 multi-frame gen, which until you've experienced it for yourself, don't listen to the haters. It's actually insane in person. And yeah, I use it on this 4K monitor right here, and it ripped. It was so good. So yeah, 5070 Ti, I will vouch for that GPU all day long. And it makes it more accessible. So instead of waiting until there's no GPUs, you can get a 5070 Ti for MSRP, or even sometimes $10 less. So just do that. Nobody can justify the 5098 3K unless you are doing, I don't know, you make money off of Blender or video editing, or if you like are into AI. Like, there's no way to justify it. It is unjustifiable. If you can find somehow a good deal on a 4090, sure. That beats a 5080, actually, still. But, yeah, you're just better off with the 5070 Ti if gaming is your main goal. Yeah. Especially if you're at 1440p. 5080 for 1440p is overkill. Even as a video editor, I have a 4070 Super, and it's more than enough. Well, that's because you're, like... Onward, I'll say this. As you become experienced as a video editor, you find the workarounds. And when people are just first getting into it, you don't, no one's yelling at you enough about proxies. You know what I mean? Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I guess I should, let me edit the, I'm going to edit the top-down camera thing. I hate to block chat. I like having y'all in the like the idea of having you in the videos, but I'm trying to make these as clean as possible so the editing is fast. Like, it needs to be fast. No, I'm trying to crop it. There we go. One nice thing about this camera is that I am actually getting really good resolution. I should probably take out the rounded corners here just to make editing easier. Actually, hold on a second. Okay. No. Sorry. And this is not going to have this on it. Wait, oh, that's because of how I cropped it. One sec. So you can see how easy to edit this is going to be for shorts. Right? Like even like this is a full shot for the short. Right. Well, no, okay. Right here. This is a full shot for the short. Right? I might want to hold on. Let me see. Okay. I love this camera so much because it's just like whatever I do, it don't matter. It's just going to be on me and it looks awesome. Unfortunately, I can't leave After Effects and Dynamic Link. Answer onward, please. Caden Live and DaVinci are literally free. Nothing's stopping you. If you use the free version, then you're not getting GPU hardware acceleration, unfortunately. Oh, jokes aside, though, I have been experimenting with. Oh, okay. Caden Live DaVinci Resolve recently, and Caden Live is surprisingly winning. Interesting. Yeah, I'm in the Adobe ecosystem. The pull is insane. I never use proxies anymore, actually. With enough RAM and good enough CPU, it's more than enough. I haven't used proxies for a while, but whenever I'm telling someone that they're stuck right now on 32 gigs, yeah, use proxies. It'll help. Bray out here like Wednesday 13's 2008 album. I wish I was cool enough to know about that, to like get that reference. 4090 is around the same price as 5090 from what I've seen. Well, I mean, you don't need a 4090 either. You're gaming at 1440p. Like, don't sweat it. I'll do a 5070 Ti Astral? Why would you do the Astral one? Get the literal cheapest one you can. You will not notice a difference. You won't notice a difference in performance. If you had two identical PCs next to each other, running the same game, all the same hardware, except like a PNY 5070 Ti and whatever Astral one or just the highest end one you can get, like the most expensive one. Visually and in the gameplay experience, you will not perceive any difference. Okay. Now, do I have this on autofocus? No, I have it on manual focus. So I probably need to switch to auto for this. We'll see if it works out. Wait, what happened? Oh, that was some footage from the... Oh, my God. Onward, the interview. I got to publish that Rob Teller interview, bro. I forgot about that. Oh, my God. Okay. I'm going to be seeing him in a couple weeks. He's going to be like, boy, I'm sure glad I took a lot of time out of my day for that. Dude. Yeah. It needed an intro, I think. Anyways, let's just get that little guy out of the way there. Actually, before I do that, I do need to look up a couple things to make sure I actually know what I'm talking about. I need to get back on a wireless keyboard for this. This Syntec keyboard is sick. I love it, but it being just plugged in is, yeah. Want to do a white one for my build? I have a white build. Well, trust me. Find a cheaper white card. Look, I'm going to do this right now. I got you. Okay? Here. Products. Video cards. It's literally this easy. Check it. 5070 Ti. and we go by price. $750. Look at that. The least expensive white GPU, MSI Ventus 3X. Wait, Project Zero. Where's the plug on this one? But that's $789. $789. The Zotac Solid Core OC, $799, with really nice little gold or bronzish accents on there. But this one has the plug in a different place here. It's like on the back, which is kind of clean. It looks good. Like for that feature, that's a pretty sweet deal. Look at that. That's how it plugs in. Look at that. That's freaking sick. We need the noise reduction plugin. That's right. That is right. What was that, like 150? All right. But yeah, look at this. For $30 over, 30 or 40 bucks over retail, it's in white with silver accents, beautiful. And you have a hidden 12v2x6 connector. That's freaking dope. Unless you wanted to, the problem is getting really reliable custom cables for that, kind of annoying. This is a Project Zero GPU from MSI. Now, if you guys follow the sort of rear connect thing, you know that Asus and MSI did it a little differently when it comes to the GPU. Asus, if you don't get their proprietary BTF motherboard, then you can't use the connector that is actually built into the GPU here. So the latest versions of BTF GPUs have a removable connector. If you don't know, that GPU gets its power from the motherboard. And that connection is supposedly capable of up to 900 watts. Actually, what should have been on the 5090 all along. But it's a removable connector. So you can use it with regular motherboards, or you can use it with a BTF motherboard. What MSI opted for was a much cheaper option, which is just relocating the 12v2x6 to here, and then you have a plate that goes over it. So you end up with because Project Zero is where you have no cables on the front of the motherboard. So why would you want to show a 12v2x6 cable all by itself going to the GPU? That's what the GPU looks like to the casual observer. Anton, how's it going? 19 chat, only 10 likes, like the stream. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. That's a nice message. Also, I've been chatting about the new channel idea. 747 for the Hellhound White 7900 XT. Okay, a 5070 Ti is going to trounce a 7900 XT. Just to let you know, Cherokee Vapors. And this is just for a white one. You can get a 5070 Ti. And I say trounce. I mean, it's a whole it's 2 years newer than a 7900 XT. It should beat it. That's normal. People who bought a 7900 XT, like, they got 2 years of gaming enjoyment before this thing even came out. So it's valid. It's totally fine. But if you're looking as a shopper now, the fact that this is $749, people were paying $750 or so for 7900 XTs when they were only a year out of launch. You shouldn't be paying that now. We're not at a point where we have to do stuff like that. Give it a few months, and that's going to look like a hell of a deal. Not a bad GPU by any means, to be clear. It's a good GPU. Well, here, let me give you this. There you go. The only concern I have here is that in order to do this, they have to remove some of the fin stack. Okay? If you're fine with that, that should be fine. Also, I like the fact that it's not a super thick GPU. I mean, this thing is what? Like, it's 2.5 slot. This is great. This is great. But let me give you the link for this. There you go. There you go. Bam. Talking about $700, Bray. Are there people in the forum waiting for help? If not, I could submit the form that I talked to you about last stream to compare the parts list you made, compare the parts list of a PC I found here around the same price. Sure. You can do that. There's nobody waiting right now. Now, on where I was thinking that I might actually make the desktop view sort of closer to something like what I was working on here. Not with a smaller camera, I think. With a slightly smaller face cam. And the reason I say that is I'm constantly sort of cropping in or zooming in to sort of show myself bigger on the screen. And I think this is plenty of space to show a website. You know what I mean? When they have the upgraded build complete, I will definitely send to you. What do you mean by send it to me? You're going to send me your build? Sure. You don't need to do that. I don't know why you would. Not sure I get it. So in this view here, I feel like for a 4K YouTube video, the face cam feels a little small. And when I'm editing, if you go back and look at some of the videos that we've published, I'll go in whenever it's just, I'm not doing anything over here and it's just showing a screen, I will zoom into the top right more to show the face cam a little better. And I don't mean by like doing this, because the problem is I didn't do this. And I feel like the face cam is, it's not showing this right here, which when I'm just talking and not doing anything with the browser, this is better, I would say. Okay, 2 links in there. Got it. Oh, okay. So we have someone. Okay, guys. If you're going to fill out the form, you got to tell me something. Oh, wait, I wasn't streaming at the time. There's a Franklin Maurice Hatchet who was in stream earlier and just didn't tell me they filled out the form. That was a person who was asking about the 5080. Guys, I don't automatically know unless I open the spreadsheet that you filled out a form. Also, Meridan just dropped a Prime sub. Let's go, nerds. 34 months of support. Thank you, Dan. How's it going, Dan? How you doing, Dan? I'm not even bother telling you welcome to the swarm. You've been in the swarm. I do have to ask, did you come to any conclusions about my idea? Because it's been a bit. It's been a bit. And CES is around the corner. A couple weeks. Actually, let me check the dates real quick. How long until the 6th? Oh, a week and a half. Oh, my God. I did, but then I got busy with life. Okay, well, you know, we'll do it for Computex. A few things I couldn't put in the PC part picker list, like the cooler is the default one that comes with the Ryzen 5. That's fair. And the case is approximation, but not the same because the case is produced in Brazil and isn't the PC part picker. That's fine. That works. Another solution would be just have the camera record separately. I used to do that. That's how I used to do it, because then you could do things like expanding it and doing fun things with it like that. Just like messing with it. But the reason I stopped doing that was just for ease of editing, to make it like super quick. Because when I used to do SI Weekly, it was, I would record Saturday night. We would edit and finish editing on Sunday. And I would earlier on, I posted Sunday night, but then I started posting on Mondays. Like that's how quick that turnaround was. I can't find small enough battery operated lights that can be self-contained in a small light box like that. Okay, that's fair. That is fair. Yeah, and I hate things that use the, what are they, the button batteries? Those are annoying. Oh, Triple B, what's up? What did I miss about the about a new channel? So I went into detail on it earlier in the stream if you want to catch the VOD later, but the Cliff's Notes. Hold on. Because Onward just subbed to tier 1. That's 9 months of support. Thank you, Onward. Let's go, nerds. Thank you, Onward. I appreciate that. Thank you. I feel bad having, because like I you know, like I pay you money and then you just give it right back to. Gonna keep looking, thinking about it though for possible future events. I mean, I guess it could be not super small, but I am gonna be carrying a few of them around at events. If anything, it just could be something cool that's 3D printed. It doesn't have to light up. The light up thing is just like bonus points. I'll support either way. Fair enough. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, buddy. Okay, what I was gonna say is if you're on the list, if you filled out the form, you gotta tell me. So Franklin did not tell me that they filled out the form. So Franklin, if you're in YouTube chat, please respond. I didn't know that you were looking for help with a PC other than the question that you asked. You do need to let me know. I usually give the heads up on how that works. I didn't this time. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. So in English products, there are no guarantees. So I've opened a couple of basically Japanese booster bundles, and they'll straight up tell me, hey, you're guaranteed 3 of these and 1 of these or whatever. Apparently for English products, there are no guarantees. That's crazy how much these were costing a month ago. Oh my God. I got this thing for a steal compared to that. Jeez. People were paying $500 for the or $400 Australian. Yeah, I got it for a little bit above MSRP. Wow. Running safety gear has some wearable lights that you could probably 3D print a cover on. Where are you getting your cards from? This, surprisingly, even though they have really overpriced stuff otherwise, like they have the at first it was $150 for the Mega Charizard X EX UPC, the Ultra Premium collection. They bumped it up to $200. It's like, y'all are really not getting the message here. But this was like $70. It's a $50 box MSRP if you get it off of what is it? The Pokemon Center website. This was like maybe $20 more, but they were selling apparently a month ago for like, at least in Australia, for like $400 Australian. That's crazy. Yeah, there's certain times where you're just like, I'm not paying that much. You just gotta, yeah. But Angry Beaver, what I've been hearing a lot about is that Target and Walmart have been restocking and at MSRP, and they're limiting how much people can buy. One person can buy. So I'm just going to be looking for that, because otherwise there's no way I can afford to keep doing this. I was thinking about doing a thing like just to start off the channel, where basically, you know, I don't do donos and stuff or whatever, because when it comes to the main YouTube channel, my revenue is mostly based off of the codes that save you guys money rather than y'all spending extra money. But to help start up the Pokemon channel, what I'm going to do, I might do a thing where I divert any donos that come in to that. It's going to be just to funding material for the new channel. But also, I got to get started on doing some Nuzlocke and stuff and doing some gaming. Oh, no. That sounds terrible. I guess let me record a quick thing about this. And then we will rip a pack, and then we'll get into helping Natty out. How about that? Why is this thing? Ah, come on. Not that one. Not that one. This one. I don't have a key for it just yet. Heck, maybe I get Newer to sponsor the new channel. But no, I'm not going to be doing any, anything for them. Like, I'm not going to be doing content like that in it. How does this look? That looks pretty good to me. It's, I should try to zoom out a little bit more, so we can get a good vertical shot out of that. Hold on. Hold on, I'm gonna grow. Oh, no, I got this right here. That'll work for it. Let's zoom back in a tiny bit. Get that out the way. There we go. And there is a super clean vertical shot. Bam, just like that. I wanted something so it wasn't just dead air whenever I turn off that camera. Well, this is how it wants to frame it, I guess. Can you? Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay, that's going to show reflections. Okay. Is this any better at all? Because if I go further out, it's not going to look good. It's going to look messy. Is that okay? Y'all see how y'all saw how messy my desk was? Okay, I you know, I'm not denying it. I know it. Also on where you can put things like borders at the top and bottom if you need to. So if it's not exactly right, it's okay. Because on a lot of short form, it sucks because they have all that text at the bottom. You actually just bias things upwards a little bit so that it's not blocking anything important. Okay. All right, cool. All right, let's... That's as low as that's going to go. If you're just getting into TCG, Pokemon TCG in particular, like I am, then it can be hard to figure out exactly what you should buy to get started. Well, as far as I've seen, most people are recommending these ETBs or Elite Trainer Boxes. let's take a look at what comes with them so you can figure out whether it's right for you. And here we have a Phantasmal Flames Elite Trainer box, a newer set right here. Let's go ahead and crack this thing open and see what we have. This looks like it has more stuff in it than it does because of how they package these, but there is a lot of stuff to get in here. The main thing you were probably interested in is that there are 9 packs of the Phantasmal Flames. So let's go ahead and take the sleeve off right here. And on some ETBs, you'll find that there's basically a poster that you can get out of these. Let's go ahead and see. This one does have something there. So let's carefully peel this. Where is it? Where is the border for this? This is why editing is great. There it is. So you just carefully peel right here where you see the seam for that. Of course, there's going to be some adhesive and whatnot, but yeah. And what you see here are some of the rarer cards that you can get, some of the artwork from that. But then again, it's going to get damaged a little bit. So it's just kind of neat to see. Not sure exactly what you can do with that, but sure, display it if you want. Cut off the part that's messed up. Then you get the player's guide. That's going to go over some of the cards that are included here. Basically, the whole set, the master set of cards with the rarer ones being there at the end. So there you go. Now, if we take a look right here, this looks like a taller box, and it actually is compared to what's in there, but let's go ahead and remove that, and you'll see why. They do this to sort of keep everything sorted, but also to make it look like it has a lot of stuff in there. There are our 9 packs of Phantasmal Flames right here. There you go. 7, 8, 9. There you have it. Some older ETBs have 8. You will get a coin. And this is for when a card in the TCG says flip a coin every time you get heads this, or if you get tails, yada, yada. That's what it's for. Pretty cool Mega Charizard X coin right there. If you look at something like Ultra Premium Collections or UPCs, you can get metal coins in some of those, which are, of course, a little nicer. You will get some pack sleeves. You will get some sleeves here, which if you're going to be playing, it's nice to have sleeves. Personally, I would... Hold on, where are they? That's just coming out of that right there. Hold on. Personally, I wouldn't use these as they're a little too tight on the card. It can be hard to get the card in and back out of it right there. Instead, what I like to use are these. There's all different brands that make these, but these are penny sleeves or soft sleeves, as Vault X calls them. I just get the soft sleeves from Vault X, and these are just for standard cards, 2.5 by 3.5, and these work great. And if you're going to be getting anything really rare, it can actually be helpful to also have... It can also be helpful to have top loaders. And top loaders for when you get the big hits. You can actually... What you want to do is put a penny sleeve on it and then put it in here. So, there you go. Next, you're going to have this right here, which is going to be the promo card. Is that not in focus? That's not in focus, is it? Hold on. I don't think I turned on autofocus. Most of this has been in focus, but let me turn on autofocus real quick. That's the wrong button again. Hold on. There's the right button. Right there. Okay, that's where everything should be centered, so you don't have to be going left and right. You're going to be getting different ways that they package these, but you'll get a promo card. And this one's got a really nice Char Cadet full art card here. This is a Black Star promo, hence why there's a black star at the bottom and the word promo on that black star, which you can kind of see at the bottom there. Along with behind that, if we open this up, and behind that you'll have dividers and a code card right there for the app. So there's that, and you should be getting 50 energy cards, you should be getting 50 energy cards, which are necessary for playing the TCG. So that is also helpful. And you get damage markers and a die here as well for rolling. It's really hard to center stuff in reverse. And you get, there we go. And you get some dice. These are damage markers here, plus a die for rolling there, which can be pretty nice to have. That's everything that you get in the ETB. Once this container is out of there, you'll see that the ETB is actually really useful for storing cards. And my master Pokédex that I'm trying to build here, since I don't have a binder set up for it yet, I have been using for that. And I've been penny sleeving all of everything that's going to go in the binder. If you're going to put anything in a binder, put it in a penny sleeve first. And I've been sort of labeling it by letter. These are also my top loaders for basically every full art card that I get. I'm putting into a top loader for now until I figure out the more permanent solution for how I want to store those. But then whenever you want, you can just sort of close that up, and it's actually great storage for sort of keeping everything nice and safe. So that's what's in an ETB. If you want to see me ripping these, check out the next short because I'm going to be doing that there. I don't have a... oh yeah, the face cam is perfect because this is the full shot from... this is from the Osmo Pocket 3, which is designed for getting vertical video like that. And horizontal as well, you know, landscape as well, but yeah. So that was pretty... I think that's a pretty helpful short right there. So yeah, let me arrange everything here to have, because basically you can do sort of thumbnails for shorts. Hope you all don't mind seeing how the sausage is made. I've never liked that saying, but I keep saying it. Actually, I forgot to turn up the overhead light. That's my bad. Okay, that's getting annoying. 1 second. There. And that's the shot. So basically what you do is you just get one frame of this, put it at the very, very end of it, and basically you can use that in YouTube to get your shot. And then if we want to put like a title up at the top, we do this so that the title can be up there. Whatever. Anyways, cool. Cool beans. There you go. I really like these sleeves though. That's absolutely sick. They are just, it's just, if I'm doing a deck that I'm just going to always play those cards in the deck, none of them are rare or anything like that, I don't mind putting them in the tighter sleeves. It's better for shuffling and stuff like that. This is a nice, hold on, I got to check something real quick. Make sure, sometimes there's more than one promo card. Nope, not here. I really like Char Cadet. That's now my best Char Cadet card. So here, let me actually show this to the camera really. I'm still recording, so I'm gonna show this to the camera in great detail here, just really close up, so that you can see. Hello, you want to maybe focus? I really wish I wasn't shaky, but what you can do is you can get a freeze frame of this. Oh, the coin. I missed the coin. I'll have that in there. I'll throw that in there. Okay, boop, boop, boop. There we go. So you can kind of get a freeze frame and zoom in on that right there where it says, it's a black star that says promo. And if we go, why am I going so uncomfortable to do that? I can just zoom in some. So yeah, the shaking sucks, but yeah, you can just sort of show that on the bottom left where it says promo. Beautiful card. Also, a shot of me putting this in the penny sleeve. There we go. There we go. And then into a top loader, if I can find them. Whatever, I got a new thing of them right here. And I'll redo the shot with the coin in it. That's my bad. I forgot that. So we have the shot of me putting it in the penny sleeve and then into the top loader. That hollow is really nice. Okay. 1 second. 1 second, everybody. Sorry, I made a mistake. I forgot the coin. You don't forget the coin. Especially if it's massive. There we go. Got it. 108 different ETBs. Absolutely. This pack is insane. Never watched Pokemon content, but this might get me into it. Yeah. Also, Bone Shock, if I didn't already say hi, what's up? Also, Ruitu, what's up? How's it going? Coin's too far to the left. Oh, I didn't even... Jeez. I did it because of the coin, and I forgot the coin. Look at that. How about that placement? Hey, whatever. Okay, cool. Neat. Hey, come on, dude. Camera. You're like $700 camera. You could do this. Jesus. Okay. I was gonna say something? Yeah. Kind of want to watch Pokemon in the original Japanese with all the different names. Yeah. Satoshi. Okay, there it is. There's your the thumbnail, everything. Cool. Good. All right. Neat. So here's the thing with the Onward with the one where I'm actually ripping these. You just show some of the footage where I was cutting the thing open, taking everything out of it, naming off the things, and then when it comes to what did I do with the top loader I just had? There it is. I got it. Yeah, when it comes to how to edit these, I'm going to send you those shorts from Short Pocket Monster. You'll see how he does it. The thing is, I don't want to do it exactly like he does it. Because although he names off every card, he sometimes does ones where he breezes through all the commons. But I like a lot of the cards. So, yeah. I also like the fact that I shouted out me doing the... I actually need these. No, I don't. I ended up... Yeah, actually, I can use these for the alphabetical thing. There. Okay. I ran out of dividers. All right, so we're just going to do one for now. I don't need that. We're going to zoom in more. Okay, how does that... Can we... There we go. Okay, but most of this is going to be voiceover. Okay. All right, so first pack of... this is my first pack of Phantasmal Flames, but this is first in a while, so let's see what we get. Yeah, there's stuff that you hear me not knowing here, guys. I'm going to voice over this anyway, so. But yeah, generally the pack ripping itself is just like sped up 800 times. 800 times normal speed. But it's all on camera, so that there's no shenanigans of me slipping in rare cards or anything like that. All of these are actual pack openings. Like, I just have a collection of rare cards that I want to pretend I pulled. I don't know the pack trick for this yet, so we're just going to do one card. We'll do that. We'll figure it out. Okay, Basic Energy. Vibrava. Bramblin. Dugong. Don't know if I have a Dugong yet. Do I? I do believe I have a Vibrava. No, I don't have a Vibrava yet. Cool. Ludicolo. I don't have a Ludicolo yet, if I'm not mistaken. Bramblegast. Nice. Okay. Please focus. Thank you. Okay. All right. Autofocus ain't it. Manual focus it is. And we are focused. There we go. Okay, let's just... Some of it was out of focus, I'm sure. So, really, what I'm saying doesn't matter. I just need to show that I am drawing these cards. Okay. Okay, there we go. Yada, yada, Vibrava. Okay, Reverse Hollow, Charcadet. But we did just recently get this one, so that's what's going to go in my main decks. Mimikyu, good Mimikyu card. I like Mimikyu a lot. But we have a shiny Mimikyu, so that's not going to be in the main one. And Rotom EX. Nice. I think that might be my first Rotom. So having that be an EX card is very nice. I like that a lot. Okay. Electrifying. There you go. All right, cool. Neat. Did it. Good. Done. Now I can get back to helping people. Let's do that. These go here. And the Pokédex expands. Neato, gang. Let's get back to other stuff. So that one recording is essentially 2 shorts right there. Like, y'all think about that. It's one session of editing. Oh, I forgot to include an important fact here. I forgot to include something really important. 1 second. Sorry. Now, one thing I want to mention here is that if you might be thinking, hey, are any rarities guaranteed in this? Because I recently did a couple of boxes of Japanese cards, and at the card shop, they told me you're guaranteed 3 baby shinies in Shining Treasures, and you're guaranteed maybe 1 SAR or SSR. And I got those things, plus an extra full art card, which was great. You're not really guaranteed anything, as far as I know, in English products. So don't expect that. You are guaranteed the promo card, though. And some of those can be somewhat valuable, depending on which ones they are. So there you go. That's the one of the main things I wanted to talk about in there. Essentially, same luck as opening a booster pack. There you go. All right. So it's business time. Okay, what is it that looks sick? Oh, the cards. You're talking about the cards. Okay. So yeah, I mean, really, the thing is, guys, if you want to see more content out of me, it's not easy to get tech content out quick. Yeah, I love EX cards. Like, they don't get enough love, I think. That's why in my collection, I actually have just pages so far. I mean, I'm going to have to change this, obviously. But I actually have just pages dedicated to just EX cards because they're so sick. But also, if you're playing the TCG, these are all the ones I've gotten so far, other than what I just got. If you're playing the TCG, these are like your main cards. These are the ones that like do all the damage. So essentially what y'all are going to see in terms of view change once I have this other set up is there's going to be a camera right here that's going to be facing forward. And that way I can show things right in front of it, show all the things that are in it, whatever, or open the cards or whatever. So onward, I'll tell, look, like I'll figure out a way to send you some Pokemon stuff eventually. Let me tell you this. Once we hit, once we hit 10K subs, I'm going to send you an ETB of your own. How about that? Don't go throwing away money on, yeah. I already said that once we hit a certain goal, and I'll say 10K subs on that channel, let's say it for that too, I'm going to get myself the 151 Ultra Premium Collection. I really want that. And I need 151 to fill out the first generation Pokedex. There you go. I don't know what it's going to cost to ship it over there to Jordan, but I'll do it. Man, I really love the way the cards look, but I ain't going to go down that rabbit hole. Listen, Angry Beaver. Just experience this. Hold on. I didn't mean to press it twice. Just experience this vicariously through me. Don't go down this rabbit hole. It is. I am having to try and find ways and means of getting around this. I think I know someone with a direct contact to somebody at the Pokemon Company. And my thing to them is going to be like, don't send me free stuff. Just let me buy it at MSRP. That's all I want. Let me buy it at MSRP. And if you have any of the older stuff that you are willing to sell at MSRP, let me get that too. Like, it's just so hard to make a channel about your stuff. Help me do that, but I will pay the MSRP price. I'll do that. Or sponsor the channel. That feels like cheating. But I also want to continue being a full-time content creator. So, yeah. But 19RC88, thank you for agreeing with me on that. I'm glad you agree with me on that, I should say. Because, yeah, the EX cards need more love. Like, there's a lot of work, obviously, put into the artwork for them. You know? It is adding up quickly, I got to tell you. Okay. So let's do this. So, Natty, I'm going to take a look at these two builds. Let's see what you got. Okay. So this is the one that I built you, I think. This is the one I built you. I feel like a dope buying some MTG cards I did and not playing anything. It's just like werewolves in the art and the art, man. I just like werewolves in the art, man. Yeah, but it seems silly sometimes. No, yeah, like I like flavor text. Where's the love for flavor text? Okay, so this other one. All right, Onward, you got it. Thanks, buddy. Exciting things happening. I'm so glad you came by, though, because like it's so much easier to just talk about this stuff rather than have to text it all. I guess a call would have worked, but yeah. Okay. All right, so a 2060, right? What did we put in this? We put a 50-50. Pretty sure 50-50 beats a 2060. Also, 2 more gigs of VRAM is nice. A 480 gig, 2.5 inch SSD, and we put a 1 terabyte M.2. $16 gigs of RAM. Wait, $96 for 16 gigs of RAM. Okay. We did a full ATX motherboard. This is an MATX motherboard. A Ryzen 5 5500 versus a Ryzen 5 3600. I think you were better off with the 3600 because the 5500, Natty, has... it doesn't have PCIe Gen 4, but the Ryzen 5 3600 does. And yeah. I don't think it's going to affect a RTX 5050 that much. Now, that's not to say this isn't a solid PC because, like, this list doesn't actually tell me what these parts cost in Brazil. Like, this GPU could be 30, 40% more in Brazil. I don't know. This case could cost more. I do know for a fact that a few of the parts in this are better. M.2 is going to be far superior to a SATA M.2, a SATA SSD. 100%. It's going to be way faster. And SATA 3, which is a standard by which 2.5-inch SSDs operate, if they're modern, right? Well, modern. I use the term loosely. It doesn't have... So simultaneous communication is an issue for SATA 3. When you're writing to it, reading from it is an issue. When you're reading from it, writing to it is an issue. If it is your secondary storage, that may not be a problem. If you're just using it as like bulk storage, but if you're using it for your operating system, which is constantly reading and writing, it'll slow things down. Will it work? Yes. Will it slow it down? Also, yes. Now we're going to take a good look at this motherboard, because this can use an M.2 drive. You can put an M.2 drive here. Let's compare motherboards, though. I can already tell you the one we chose here is better. The downside to this motherboard is that you only have 2 M.2 slots here. This one has 1. So a bit more on the downside there. Also... Okay, so the way they did this one does make sense. You have your X16 slot for your GPUs down here, and because you don't have the full extension of the motherboard here for full ATX, your expansion slot with PCIe X1 is right here. Also, let's take a look at the power delivery. Fewer phases and like no heat sinks here. More phases and heat sinks. So what you got to look at here is the durability, right? Like the longevity. When you have fewer phases for your power, they get hotter. Also, if they're like lower tier phases, right? And just all of that, it's going to get hotter, and this has less cooling, as in no cooling. Yeah. I think on this list, by the way, I think we went with... Yeah, you're going with the stock cooler on this, too. Wait, why does it say available soon? Oh, okay. Well, that's here. I don't know what's available there. Oh, wait, you talked about it before, but I just put 2 and 2 together. My PC has a few little issues that don't impact me using it, but does make me wonder about issues. When I'm, for example, installing or updating a game on my main drive, it's a 1 terabyte SanDisk SSD plus. I notice my computer really slows down is because of that SATA 3 thing. Is it a 2.5-inch SSD? It's not an M.2 drive, right? Then yes, that is why. Your computer has a lot of issues. Like the two-way traffic in SATA 3 was the main issue with SATA 3. Now, if I'm doing something where, okay, this video is complete, I'm putting it in my 18 terabyte in my hard drive or whatever, I'm just writing to that drive. Because those spinning hard drives also use SATA 3. I'm just writing to that drive. Now, if I'm trying to copy from that, I'm only reading from that drive. An operating system likes to do both. Yeah, there it is. That's the problem. First one. Okay, so much cool stuff and no freaking money. Thanks, John Adams and Andrew Jackson. Bums. Alcohol, it is expensive. 100%. Those are two greedy bastards right there. Okay. So, taking I don't know what's going on with the availability here. I guess these are just not available at the moment. But in Brazil, they might be available. This was really just meant to be a guide and the things to look for. So if you're looking at a motherboard, pay attention to, like, you can kind of tell, like, this is where an M.2 drive is going to go, right? That's one. And then this is what the socket looks like for another M.2 drive. Let me find a better picture of that. I know a lot of SIs that use this board in their more budget systems, and it actually is pretty solid. Product line, product title. Good job, MSI. It's deprecated, I think, at this point. No gallery here. Is there not a no gallery? Okay. Good. That is what it looks like for an M.2 drive right there. And then, of course, you have your standoff screws spots right there. So there you go. Like, this is one without a heatsink. This is one with a heatsink. Then you got to look at this, your power delivery. I mean, look at this part right here. See how many is there? Compare that to... You know what I mean? And then up here. So, like, you only get a 4-pin CPU power connector here. This is really not meant for a lot. Also, A520M is really like the most basic chipset they had for this platform. B550 is mid-tier-ish, like it's middle. And then you have X570, right? So yeah, pay attention to this area and this area. And of course, you got to look at your rear I/O, right? Which I don't even know what this one has. So we'll look it up. This at least has a gallery for it. I've seen worse on these, like 5 USB Type A's, but I haven't seen much worse than this. Like, I have not seen much worse. This is pretty bad. Like, you've got a DVI connector on there. That's pretty old school. Whereas if we look at our connectivity here. So yeah, and the reason I bring all this up is not to if you got an A520M, all right. Like, if you have a working PC, that's awesome. Cool. But it's what to look for when you're comparing. And too many people don't pay attention to the motherboard, or don't have the opportunity to pay attention to the motherboard. Let's talk about expansion, right? You had this slot and one of these on the other motherboard. Here, you'll be able to put in extra cards, and what you can get is a PCIe M.2 carrier card that can carry M.2 drives. So that's nice, but if you those can be pretty cheap. But without these expansion slots, you ain't doing that. Also, you have front panel USB Type-C on this motherboard. I'm getting a feeling this one might not have that. Yeah, it's nowhere to be found. So if your case has a USB Type-C connector, a USB Type-C front panel front panel port, and you have that front panel connector to go to the motherboard, there's nowhere to connect it here. You have USB 3.0, so there's that. That's good. But yeah. Now, if your case does not feature a front panel USB-C to connect to, say, a motherboard like this one that has that connector, there are things where basically you get it's a PCIe bracket with the socket but basically with the port USB Type-C, and that has a ribbon cable. There's a cable that comes off of that goes to that port on the motherboard, so you don't waste that header. I love product line, especially product title. Amazing stuff. Yeah. I mean, this is an older motherboard. They haven't really been keeping up the page for it, which is understandable. But the I/O on this thing is a lot better. It's way better. 4 USB Type A's in USB 2.0, and then you have 3 USB Type A's in faster connections with 3.0 or 5 gigabit per second, and 3.2 Gen 2, which is 10 gigabit per second, plus a Type-C on the rear. Now, these kinds of things become really important when you're talking about having something like external storage for video editing or things like that. So, yeah, I can see how they sort of reached the price that they did on this one. They really cut out the motherboard as much as they could, which I get it. It's just that is one of the hardest parts to upgrade. Not to mention, though, although the MSI MAG A-BN power supplies can be pretty good, ish, like in their price bracket. This one, just like the Montech Century 2, if you can get your hands on this thing, it beats the pants off of that. It's 850 watts instead of 550. It's probably like $20 more than the one that you were looking at. But yeah, the thing is, some of these things are not showing as available. But for like $10 more, you get the 1050 watt. You can just do that instead. Oh, it's in stock at Newegg for the same. What do you mean available soon? It's right there in stock. PC part picker. Is that was not the same case here, but yeah. Okay, in stock, in stock. Cool, cool. It is in stock because it says available soon for some reason. Like, dude, they're in stock on MSI and Newegg, but it's more expensive on Newegg. John Paul, what's up? Anyone know if the Sapphire Nitro Plus or Pulse the better series? I think the Nitro Plus is better. I don't recall. But the thing about it is, John, is that there's really very little performance difference between the two. You're talking about like single-digit percent, and I'm then talking about low single-digit percent, and it's only going to be in certain games. Like that's the same hardware, just with a different VBIOS. That's it. You know, and a different cooling solution on it. True, but still. If money's not an issue between the two, just pick the one that you like the better look of, because performance shouldn't be your reason for spending more on a specific GPU. The only card that I see actually has practical features baked into that extra price is the ROG Astral with its sensors on the 12V 2x6. But you don't get 12V 2x6 from a Sapphire card, so there you go. Okay, that looks good. That's fine. Okay. Well, that's my comparison. I mean, did you have any specific questions other than that? I mean, basically, the one we did is an upgrade in like every way. The only thing, Natty, that I would need, I need to know what these parts cost where you're at. Are you seeing the same prices as this right here? I mean, I doubt it in Brazil, right? Because if this thing costs this where you're at, and this parts list totals out to like $900, then the differences in performance and features make more sense. But if you remember, when we were doing your build, we were looking at the 3600 versus the 5500 because there's only like a $7 difference, and the 5500 does not have PCIe Gen 4, I believe. So, like, they really cut that down. I'm going to double check that right now. All right, I got to... Let's look at the Tech Power Up article on this. And it'll say it right there. Tech Power Up does the best breakdowns of these. Yeah, PCI Express Gen 3. Okay, Natty, thank you. That's curious because I've been seeing the Sapphire Radeon RX 7900 XTX Pulse about $200 to $300 cheaper than the Nitro Plus card. Yeah, the Pulse is the cheaper one, but overall you're going to get very similar performance. Like, if money's no object, get the nicer one, I guess. If it has better cooling and you want to overclock it. If you're just going to run what you brung and not overclock it, you're not going to mess with that at all, which, you know, honestly, I don't really recommend for just everybody to do. Like, enjoy the longevity of your components. Don't push them to the edge all the time, which is what overclocking does. That's what it does. It's pushing your cards to their limit, or your parts to their limit. You're pulling more power from your power supply. You're pushing more power through your motherboard, or through your GPU. It's more heat to deal with. It's just that there are laws of thermodynamics, and then you will have a shorter lifespan for those components. Run stuff at stock unless you're in dire need of an upgrade and cannot get one. Then you overclock. Safely, stability is the key. Stability is important. Yeah, Nat, if you get that list of part prices, just send that to me in Discord. So guys, I just want to let you know, in case you enjoyed this last time, in case you checked it out last time, I am planning on there is a Map Rando tournament coming up on the Speed Gaming platform. You'll be seeing these on Speed Gaming's Twitch channels. So this is the winter tournament coming up, and I am planning on doing some commentary on that, just commentating one or two of those before I head off to CES. So if you're interested in that, keep an eye on the announcements channel, and I'll let y'all know there when I'm going to be commentating a match. If it helps that I'm there commentating it and it gets y'all to check it out, and maybe you find that you enjoy watching these, that would make me very happy, because I love watching map randos. It's really just something that I do to unwind whenever I'm stressing or taking a break, or trying to take a break. But yeah, so chat, what's going on with you guys though? I've just been sort of, I feel like I've just been yapping for the last 20 minutes. What's going on with y'all? How are you? What's going on out there in the real world? I'm stuck in this room. I don't know what's going on out there. One second. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm just staring at my screen. My bad. Hi. Y'all sleeping? I appreciate the lurks. That's okay though. No pressure to say anything. It's okay. I definitely hit. I don't know. Wow, I feel like I blacked out for the last like 5 minutes. My bad. But yeah. Let me see if anyone else has filled out the form. I guess in the meantime, while we're waiting for Natty to get those prices. I mean, I'll literally sit here and like organize my my Pokedex. I got something here. Check this out. So I basically have to sort 1,025 things. That's a lot of stuff to sort. So in these binders, basically, I got this, which is just a roll of stickers that are from 0001 to 2000. And I'm going to be putting these on all of those spots, basically. Over 1,000 stickers I'm going to be placing in the 2 binders I'm using for the National Dex. So that as I'm doing this with this awesome spreadsheet that Natty made, I'm going to be putting them into the binders, which is going to be awesome because that'll really give me a feel for how much I've got. As far as I know, right now I have like, I think 1/5 of the National Dex done. That's not bad for like a month of doing this or less. And only doing it on stream. Like, that's it. We're doing pretty good. I do have an ad coming in. Oh, Bray, I've been looking for LGA 1700 motherboards in DDR4. Everyone I've found new has been insanely priced. Yeah, that's going to be a thing. Yeah. People are trying to buy them up. And what happens when people want something? It gets expensive. So the goal is just to collect the decks. I can't remember what you said the whole deal was with this. Forgive me. So there are currently 9 generations of Pokemon. The first generation was 151. So each game has its own Pokédex from like 1 to whatever, but there's something called the National Pokédex, which is funny because Pokemon is a worldwide game, but it's called the National Pokédex. And in that you have like whatever a Pokemon's number is in a Pokédex, like in Gen 3 or Gen 4, it doesn't matter. It has, and it's listed on every card, a number for the National Pokédex that keeps every one of them from 1 to 1,025. That's how many there are from every generation, all 9 generations. 1,025 Pokemon. And I'm basically trying to get a card, I'm trying to get one of every Pokemon. The rarity does not matter. The condition doesn't matter because over time, I can upgrade those as I find better ones. So like, as an example, right? Where did I put the cards I just got? Here. They're right here. So as an example, I don't have a hotkey yet for this, or a key within my... Okay. As an example, this is a pretty nice Charcadet, right? It's not on autofocus. That's a pretty nice Charcadet. This one is nicer. So this is the one that would probably go into the National Pokédex, unless I specifically make a separate collection for full art cards, which full art means it doesn't have the frame or anything where there's no art. The whole thing has artwork on it. That's for the time being. I've basically been getting every full art card that I have, and I'm not counting them currently towards the National Dex, although I should. If I did, I'd be farther along, but not that much farther along. But basically, every full art card that I have, I've been putting into top loaders and figuring out whether I'm going to get a specific. I'm probably going to get a top loader binder because these don't fit in a typical binder. The top loader protector sleeves are too. They're like stiff plastic sleeves that keep it really well protected. They're too big for regular binders, but there are binders that are specifically for top loaders. Most of these aren't valuable enough for that kind of protection, but like this artwork is by artists. None of this was made with AI. And look at this. Psyduck is like a weak and common Pokemon, but God, that is beautiful, super cute artwork for Psyduck. Like that is my favorite Psyduck art I've ever seen. And I randomly pulled this. So I would see that binder as like a little gallery for me. You know? Some of these are worth something. Like where are they? These two guys right here. These are like $45 a piece. Both of these, right? I don't care. If I were doing this for monetary gain, yeah, then I'm gambling. That's not how I'm approaching this. Because I want to be able to say it's not gambling. This is the coolest Gardevoir card, like, I mean, that I've gotten so far. Now, this one, again, not worth a lot, value-wise. Maybe I am just going to work it to where these are in the National Pokédex. And cool. Maybe at some point we'll get it to where every Pokemon that has a full art card in circulation of one kind or another will have a full art card in the National Pokédex. That would be super sick. I will probably grade a couple cards. Like maybe these are going to be two that I send off to grade because having two slabs of both the English and Japanese versions of these would be really cool. But slabs are a whole other thing, and it costs money to get cards graded. But yeah, that's what the main goal is to have the National Pokédex worth of like that like all of those. Now that is a very attainable goal because rarity, again, is not a priority there. Uber, I've been looking for... oh, that's right. We already read that. Okay, so actually... let me read this other one first. That's actually a cool way to collect. I can get behind that. Never understood the idea of TCG investments and why I need to rob 7-year-olds over it. No, yeah. I'm just like... It makes it to where I'm excited for cards that literally nobody is excited to pull. And these are cards that actual human artists spent time on and effort. Like, that's awesome. Polaris Racer, what's up? Is 16 gigs of RAM enough for gaming without stutters? Polaris Racer, it depends on the kind of gaming you're doing. If you're playing something that is like, I don't know, Escape from Tarkov, absolutely not. Escape from Tarkov is known to have memory leaks. If there's a short list of games you're really interested in playing, check and see if those have memory leaks or issues. If you're gaming at 1080p, generally 16 gigs of RAM is going to be fine. You get to higher resolutions, it might be a bit of an issue. But yeah, that's more of a VRAM thing, really. The main thing you have to worry about, Polaris, is that you're just like not letting your PC run too many things in the background while you're gaming. Okay, Natty said, okay, so I went around and got a few things. I can't even find a reputable seller selling the Ryzen 5 3600, the NVMe, or the power supply. I sent you the screenshot of all the prices already converted to US dollars. Okay, so that makes it less, that makes this seem like a lot better of a deal. Not that, this. Not that, this. And one benefit here is over time, you could upgrade your CPU to like a 5600X or 5700X. Or no, I guess it was a 5800X. It was a 5800X, right? And then, bam, you've got PCIe Gen 4 and 8 cores, 16 threads, right? The problem I would still say is the motherboard. That is something you can upgrade, but it's a bit of a pain to do. But you can upgrade this motherboard and add storage probably for cheaper than buying this whole system here, especially if there's parts you can't find. The A850GL is a solid power supply, but it is more expensive than the Montech one, unfortunately. It's not an overly priced power supply. It just kind of goes to show you what a deal the Montech one is. And the Jeep, an RTX 5050 is $413 there in Brazil. Here it's $200. Oh my God. 60% import tax? 60%. $60. Really? I thought our tariffs were bad, and they are. They were. Are they? Are they still? I don't even. I gave up on all that. Damn. Also, I've shipped the PC to Canada before, and that was pricey. It wasn't 60%. Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. I don't even know how to approach that. When am I at a loss for words? Let's be real. When am I at a loss for words? I like helping people, but sometimes I'm not allowed to. You got to be joshing me here. Good Lord. So, of course, no wonder a $726 PC is like $1,200. That's actually lower than I would have expected had I come in knowing a 60% import tax. Man. Here's the thing, guys, about things like tariffs and import taxes, things like that. I mean, things like that exist to encourage purchasing domestically, right? But, like, what if you don't make that product domestically? Then you're just taxing your people for things that they need. That sucks. I mean, like with taxes like that. I mean, at least that's very high input. I'm sure that it's being applied to where you have, you know, good roads, right? Civil services, things like that. We have so many potholes here. Let me tell you. No, I don't know. I don't know what it's like in Brazil where the tax money goes, but hey, there you go. That's upsetting. That's actually upsetting. You know the hurricane in Florida that happened a year or two ago? I do, yes. I'm just over here looking at Pokemon singles and Japanese variants, and Bray's getting pissed about taxes. I'm not sure if this is epic, but it feels epic. It's epic. Of course it is. We can feel better about it. It's epic. 100%. Florida had less people affected by a power outage during the hurricane than we had because of a single night of 100-kilometer-an-hour winds. It's not a real number, is it? What does that mean? No, I got you. What do I do? What do you do? There's no workaround for that. There's no workaround for that. Like, do you get it? Do you go to a nearby country and then drive it home? Like, I want to be clear. Like, I saw what was there. And this is so stupid to talk about if I can't do it, actually. But when you were talking about, hey, you know, I've done video editing. And that always, anyone who's a content creator that doesn't like video editing, which I know many of them, right? We hear someone say that, our ears perk up, right? Do you like Pokemon cards, right? So I was immediately like, okay. A work trade thing, right? Like, could do this, do that. If I sent you a PC, you're paying for it anyway. It's like the same as if you just bought it. There. Could be a little better, yeah, but like that totally cut off that idea. I was literally just looking, how much does it cost to ship a PC to Brazil? And I was like, oh, it'd be like $200 to ship it. But then there's a 60% import tax. So it like doesn't matter. Like, regardless, you're buying a PC. It doesn't matter. The only thing that happens if I send you a PC is that I then don't have that PC and you got to wait for shipping. And it could be damaged from here to freaking Brazil. Instead, you just buy it there. The specs are a little bit less, but you're paying like the same amount of money. I don't have any of the stuff that's there, so it would be, you know, higher end parts, but oh my God. That is so frustrating. That's so frustrating. You know, guys, I can't just do that where I give PCs out. Like, I don't have enough hardware to do that. I'm already... Like, I've done PC giveaways. This year was very light on those because we spent half a year not having GPUs, and the other half with companies recovering they're trying to recover their marketing budgets, which didn't exist for most of 2025. Couldn't do a lot of PC giveaways, I know, but like, this was in terms of like, hey, here, work trade, at least for a while. Here's a PC to edit on, and it's yours. Here you go. And then after a certain amount of monetary value is done through work, then that's paid work after that. These are the kinds of things that I've done stuff like this before, but Jiminy Cricket. That's the kind of stuff I actually say when you hear that. I know how to curse, guys. I do know how to do that, and I do it often. Okay, not on stream. I was close. I was so like stoked for like a minute. I was like, wait a second. Hold up. All right. You need like a mule or something. Not the animal. I'm someone who can go to another country and like get the stuff and then bring it back across, but then they probably get hit with the import tax anyway. They'd have to be like, oh, I'm from here. I just took this over there to do some work. I'm just coming back. I don't know. That's illegal, probably. Don't do illegal things, guys. It's not worth it for a computer. Is it the same for the countries around Brazil? I need to know that. Because I think I helped somebody from Brazil, and they were like, there's someone from the States who's going to be sending it to me. And I was like, cool, but I didn't know about the import tax. I hope they did. Also, I want to ask you a question. What is with the come to Brazil meme? Like every time I'm watching someone else's stream or some popular content creator that they're streaming and they have their chat there and someone in their chat's from Brazil, the thing they say is come to Brazil. Is that a thing? Okay, so probably Venezuela off the table. I don't need to explain why. Brazil is huge, dude. What the hell? I am not good at geography. Brazil's like almost the size of the US. Were y'all aware of this? Am I the only one that didn't know how freaking huge Brazil was? Holy crap. It's shaped differently, but damn. And so basically y'all have states. It's like, yeah, it's country of states. Of course, yes. Okay, that's how countries work. But like not every country is like that. Right? But dude, Chile is so skinny. Brazilians are passionate and we are everywhere. And also a lot of artists during world tours used to not come to Brazil. So it kind of became an actual request from fans that turned into a cultural thing. So now we're just like, come to Brazil. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I worked with a guy when I went to NAB this year. They had a guy, he was so cool. He was a Brazilian content creator. He was a cinematographer, editor, all of that. And newer, they go to shows in Brazil and they met him there and now they pay him to come to the States, film videos for them, make content. The dude will walk around with a laptop as we're going to dinner and he's editing video. Okay. That's how this dude rolls. Okay. But all he would talk about was Brazil and the food. All he said, you have to come to Brazil. You have to eat the food. Have you ever had a hamburger in Brazil? Ever had a cheeseburger in Brazil? I'm like, I've never been to Brazil. I would love to. He was like, you have to do it. That's it. You're coming to Brazil. Have you ever had pizza in Brazil? I'm like, look, dude, we've been over this. No, I haven't. He's like, that's it. You have to come to Brazil. You have to eat pizza in Brazil. And every food we had while we were there, while I was there with the newer team, we're in Vegas, so it's every food every food is represented there, right? Every cultural food. Most are. It's a big. They have like lots of food there. There are some places that are better about that, but Vegas is pretty good about it. They have a lot of cuisines there. He was like, "Oh, it's nothing compared to Brazil." If the one thing we're passionate about is food, it's practically a sacred tradition to have barbecue on Sundays. Natty, I don't know what to tell you because I had this conversation with him about barbecue. And it ended with him saying, I need to come to Texas. Anywhere you go in the world, everyone compares their barbecue to Texas barbecue. Why is that? Everyone says they have better barbecue than Texas. Why would that be? Why ever would that be? Everywhere you go, you'll find places that say Texas barbecue. Why is that? The conundrum answers itself. If you are the standard, it's because it's the best. It's the standard. Texas barbecue is the standard. I've been eating it my whole life, and every time it's a religious experience. Every time. It's akin to a religious experience every time. Yeah. Because he started trying to talk about barbecue, and I was like, and the thing is, in like I can't speak for every Texan. We're proud of our barbecue. But we're also proud of others like other people who want to make great barbecue. Why wouldn't we be like pleased by that? Like, hell yeah. So I was like, oh, I got to try Brazilian barbecue. Because I've been to a Brazilian steakhouse. It was like, I still remember the taste of that pineapple. Oh my God. It is the best fruit experience I've ever had, okay? Of eating a fruit was that pineapple. Holy crap. What do y'all do to the pineapple? It's insane. But I told him, I was like, oh, dude, I'm sure y'all have amazing barbecue out there. I'm from Texas, and he was like, tell me about Texas barbecue. You're from Texas. You tell me about Texas barbecue. And I know someone who has, I've known someone for years who has a barbecue restaurant. I started telling him how they do it, how it works. It also has to do with, of course, the meat, the beef and everything, but it's also the wood, right? A lot of Texas barbecue places use Texas-grown mesquite that you just can't get anywhere else. And the acidity of that mesquite is unlike any other smoking wood there is. Just make sure you watch your drink and don't get scoped in Brazil. You got it, Michael. Thank you. I will keep that in mind. I don't know what that means. Scoped? Like, I mean, that can happen to you anywhere. Watch your drink everywhere you go, and I guess don't get mugged. Is that what you mean? Yeah, don't get mugged anywhere you go. I mean, like I'm going to be walking around at night in Vegas pretty soon. Like that's scary enough as it is. But no, so I started explaining how we do the barbecue and how we cut brisket and how all these things, because I learned the art of slicing brisket, the actual art of slicing brisket. It's not just get the meat, cut slices out of it. No. There is artistry to it. And I spent a few days learning that, and I still feel like I would rather have a professional do it. In a restaurant anyway. At home, you cut it however you want. I'm not going to judge you. We're not elitists about it. But if you're in a restaurant, because people want certain cuts of brisket, and if you want to glean the most out of that and have it be as true to that, I want the lean, I want the marble, or the fatty brisket, however you want to call that, or moist brisket. Like they have to cut it in a certain way to facilitate that. But anyways, and I was talking about the sides that we have and how much care goes into those, and how we adopted pulled pork from Carolina barbecue and how we changed it, adapted it. Now it's like it's become a part of Texas barbecue, but still very Carolina influenced. But like we look at that, we're like, damn, that pork shoulder is good. We're gonna like adopt that. Like that's hell yeah. We're not putting it in a sandwich with coleslaw. Are you crazy? But it's really good. But no, it's a big deal here. You have to search high and low to find a bad barbecue spot in Texas. Gotta say though, if there's one thing you gotta try, it's really well made. Is it feijoada? Just the best, most well-seasoned black beans with pork sausage, bacon jerky, pork loin. I'm hungry now. I can't do beans. It's a texture thing for me. It's a texture thing for me, 100%. I can't do beans. And I grew up on the border of Mexico, like in the valley, Rio Grande Valley. Beans with every meal there. And I was just not having it. I couldn't do it. For me, texture over taste. It's a big thing for me. So Natty, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, like obviously the much more expensive PC, it's like $400 more to get the one I recommended, and I'm very sorry. Can you tell me the source of the one again that you were looking at? Oh, it's probably in your forum entry here. Your parts is of the computer I found. Okay. Also, pork loin, goated. So good. How the source you were talking about for that PC, was it a company or a person? Terabyte. Okay, translate from Portuguese to English. We're going shopping. We're going to see what's here. What's the budget in your local currency? $700 less converts to 4,000. Okay. Oh my God, a 9070 is, yeah. I mean, like $700 US, considering the markup, that's actually reasonable. Doesn't that just change their perspective so much? That's just denial. There you go. Okay. A 7700X is $1,799. Okay, so is there a builder here? English, please. Thank you. Christmas on Earth. Okay, so the translator is not perfect. Build your PC. Gamer. MOBA. Custom. I imagine custom is going to be more expensive. But here's what I'm going to tell you. If we can do a more baseline 12th gen PC, let's just try to do that. I know 12th gen, 13th gen, 14th. Just trust me, guys. Okay? Trust me on this. Because we're talking about potential for video editing, right? Like that's a thing we're talking about. So if we start with a 13100F, not F, actually. Let's see if we can get it without the F. Let's see. 12100 is $689. Okay. But like, we just want to get you started, okay? Just get you started. I would rather not have an F SKU and a 12100. It's a start. You actually still get quick sync with that, believe it or not, in Premiere Pro, but let's do as cheap as we can for now. Select motherboard. The cheapest full ATX motherboard we can get is not an option. They are all MATX. Okay. Wait. Yes. Oh my God. Well, and it's all DDR5. I was trying to go DDR4. All right, let's back up. No. Every time I'm trying to do something here. Hey. Calm down. I'm right here, okay? I'm right here with you, okay? All right. Thank you, camera. I shouldn't cover my face. It doesn't like that. Let me give you baseline for the currency conversion so you're not wondering about price. $100 is around 600 R. Okay. John, you got, hey, happy birthday, John Paul Bacon. There you go. Happy birthday, buddy. In 47 minutes, 48 minutes. Oh, sorry. The 4090 is a better card if you're looking at them at the same price, John. Okay. Let's back up. You just told me. Calm down. This is okay. All right. That's. I mean, hey, that's fine, I suppose. Well, let's go 5500. You would have to eventually upgrade to something like a. I mean, heck, you could upgrade to something like a 5950X down the line if the motherboard's good enough. If you can find one, they're hard to find now. But this is 1249. So that's 600. So that's $200 for the 5700X. No, that's not a good deal. I would prefer a 5600 non-X. That would be great, but they don't have it. We'll just go 5500. Again, PCIe Gen 3 is the only drawback here. And we have the cheaper motherboards. Some of them too cheap, but okay. Let's see what we got. We're not doing an A520M. Let's see what we can find. B550. I guess MATX is going to be more likely to be a thing. 549. Is there a thing to not do MATX? It just wants to do. They love their MATX motherboards. Wow, it's amazing. That's all they have. The hell. All right. Okay. This is a dead play. It's an end of life platform, EOL platform. I get it. You also get some motherboards we don't get, so I don't know much about them. Okay, hold on a second. It's all just the full custom stuff. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for actual PCs now. They have a Thorn PC, the T Gamer Thorn. I'm sorry, that caught my attention, okay? All right. 8 gigs of DDR4 is wild. I sorted by price, low to high. What is this? Why is it out of order? I figured they would have gotten that figured out. They love that 480 gig SSD, don't they? Guys, get M.2 drives. Like this one has a 1 terabyte NVMe drive. Huh, actually. Always translate Portuguese. Thank you. Gracias. I don't know the differences between Spanish and Portuguese. I know some things are close, so sorry. Oh, it's a bit of a stupid thing they do where they put their best-selling PCs from low to high first, then they put all the other PCs from low to high. That's annoying and unhelpful. So 16 gigs DDR4, Ryzen 5 5600 GT. I'm guessing this does not come with a GPU. Yeah, because it has an iGPU in that CPU. The 5600 GT has graphics
Like actual, what were they? Vega graphics. Not great. Cool picture of the case, guys. Can you just build a computer and take a picture of it, please? I call out other SIs for doing that. No reason I shouldn't with them. I feel like if we basically weed out the ones that have a SATA SSD, because that's going to affect you drastically. Although you can get one and put it in the system yourself, your operating system's going to be, you'll have to transfer basically everything over to the new drive or just reinstall Windows yourself. Now we're getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere. No, not that. This just has SSD. That's what it has. This H610M, they're really putting like the cheapest motherboards they can in here. H610 is the lowest end chipset, and we're going to take a peek at this. Hey, it's got two M.2 sockets on it. That's progress. But look at the power delivery. You have M.2 Wi-Fi, interestingly enough. And it plugs directly in. That's weird. Like it doesn't lay flat, it seems. You see that right there? Like it doesn't lay flat. You just slot it in. It's cool because you can put Wi-Fi that you didn't have, and you can upgrade it as time goes on as Wi-Fi gets better. Yeah, don't show me the pictures or anything. Oh, lordy, okay. Gary, what's up? How's it going? All right, you got it, Alucard. Okay, you know what? This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Does not matter. Sure. Whichever one. That's not what I was looking at. Okay. Okay, what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to pick one of these that seems the best option, and I'll DM you after this. I'll DM you after this. My. What I'm looking for here is what is the best, like, GPU. Because if I go here, and I just pick, like, let's change this. Let's change this back to, actually, we're going to go with the Intel one. Again, trust me on this. All right. There. This one here. All right. We go here. And let's just do all the cheapest options. Doesn't matter what it is. Okay. That was the cheapest option. Okay. Motherboard. Doesn't matter which one. Just whatever the cheapest option is. Oh my God. I forgot how expensive all of those are. Okay. Nope. I guess we go with the AMD one. I'll explain why in a second here. Well, I'll explain why in DMs, but I'm going to set up a system here. I don't know if I'll be able to make a link for it, but I'll try. Just the absolute most basic here. Well, then why is it an option? That was great. That was good. Thank you for that. We just want the stock cooler, so we're not going to choose a cooler. Actually, we do need a cooler. Oh, you see, that's the problem. I'll figure something out. Hold on. Whatever. Optional. Yeah, it's optional. Okay. Oh my goodness. Here we are. Why is this cheaper than this? That's weird. Gotta say, at least they warn you about it. Can you imagine buying a whole computer and finding out your motherboard doesn't support your processor? Yeah. They might have some issues at burn-in. Yeah. They don't even offer a 32 gig option. They have 16 gig sticks. That's it. But I guess you can do two, like you do one and then you do quantity two. And that is insanely priced, as it should be. So we just do the... Honestly, again, doesn't matter. Just pick one. Now this does matter. This matters. The GPU. Good Lord. My goodness. Oh my goodness. Hey, B580 is a really solid card. I see. So that's the 2060 they're talking about there. Okay. We'll do a 5060 in here. Ouch. $256. Okay, so here's the thing about SSDs like this. It can actually be legit to put like a 512 and put your operating system. I don't like it, but it's possible as long as you only put your main programs on there. Any mass storage is on another M.2 drive, like things like that. So like for editing. So, God, the prices are getting crazy here. Just trying to we're just crawling our way up to 1 terabyte. And it's like, yikes. KC3000 is a great drive, but like, yikes. NV3, 1 terabyte is $649. Chanel servers, how's it going? Hey, congrats on that pull for that magic cart, by the way. I saw that. But bluntly, we're having a crisis over Brazilian prices of parts and the import tax. Yeah. Let's just say I'm not allowed to help everybody. I'm not enabled to help everyone the way I wish I could in terms of finding good deals. And that's going to be all of 2026. I got to tell you, it's going to be rough. Oh, yeah, it's just 4 terabytes, sure. Okay, so you were previously looking at a 512 gig SATA 3 SSD. Instead, we're looking at a 500 gig M.2 drive for your OS, your most important programs, a couple of games, maybe. And you can get another you can get another M.2 drive for whatever. Like, again, I'm cooking here in a way. It's one of those things where it's like, see, we're already at 4282. It's that GPU. That GPU was insanely overpriced. But it's just 5060. I'm looking for a decent video editing CPU, right? And when it comes to things like, certain programs, I mean, you could go Radeon, and Radeon works pretty well in DaVinci if that's something that you use. But we mentioned that, right? Like, I mean, I don't know. Let me go back and look at the one that you were looking at already. I might be spinning my wheels here for no reason. Because looking at this, the only problem I have with it is the power supply. The 2060 is really, like, that's rough. Like that, I would rather you have more VRAM than that 6 gigs. But you got the 16 gigs of DDR4 to start with. The motherboard is not great. You only have one M.2 slot there. But because they're not putting an M.2 drive there, you can put a different one there, right? You can actually have an M.2 drive. I'm trying to cook up something, and they're making it very difficult, is what I'm getting at. I need to not worry about whatever they're, Thank you. I love the art on it. Most beautiful magic carpet I've ever seen. Absolutely. Yikes, prices sure are scary. Yes. In Brazil, Could you maybe find a 4080 Super for a cheaper price? Also, hi. T-Ty, why would you want a 4080 Super? Most of them are more expensive than a 5080, or around the price of a 5080, which performs better. Just get a 5080. And also, T-Ty, can for a second, can we just appreciate the fact that you said a cheaper price and didn't give me the price you're comparing it to? Why would you not put the price you're cheaper than what? Hi. Welcome. Hey, Braythorn, hope all's been well. Isn't this Brazilian currency? So divide by 5 to get US dollars, I believe. I was told 600 of the, what was it? 600 of these is 100 US dollars. So divide by 6. Or, yeah. Right? I don't math too good. I just want a solid foundation here, and I cannot. Like, y'all gotta understand, if it's bad here in the States, like it's worse elsewhere. And the shortages are, when they say worldwide, it can be really hard to wrap your head around that. right? Because we sort of live in a bubble, even with the internet and everything. Our awareness can be greater, but our understanding isn't just naturally just better because of that. Is you have to really wade through it to see like, oh man, the stuff we, even in these times, we take for granted. T-Tide, look, it's really easy. Okay, I'm helping somebody else right now, but I'm gonna stop and show you this. Okay, all right. If we go to PC Part Picker, and we just go to Products and Video Cards, and we just put 5080, right? And we put price. You can get a 5080 for $1129. There you go, $1129 from B&H. Low key, great place to buy computer parts, or same price from Newegg. There you go. If you're looking at 4080 Supers at $1,000 or $1,100 or around that price, just get one of these. If it's 50 or 60 bucks more, just get one of these. Sorry, I always close out Discord when I'm streaming unless I'm like on a call with it, but let me open it back up real quick. 1 second. Okay, so this is the actual link right here. Okay. 5,500. Okay. And are you able to change things? You can change things. Not the GPU. Not the power supply. That's unfortunate. You can change the base storage, though. But how to... Oh, okay. Why are there options? Why does it pretend there's an option? It's just the same amount of storage. It's just a worse option because it's slower. Can't change the motherboard. Can't change the CPU. Just the RAM and the storage. I mean, to be clear, Natty, you were looking at building this thing yourself anyway, right? Well, okay. I will say, typically, I would say you can trust pre-builts, but I know you had a bad experience, and I don't know system integrators in Brazil. I don't. All right, chat. I'm going to have to solve this one off stream. I'm sorry. I'll chat with you about it, Nettie. Don't worry about it. We'll get it figured out. Yeah, it's just, there's too much going on there. Hey, what's up, Dozilla? How's it going? I already responded to you. But you know what? I don't even think I said hi. Hi, how are you? Welcome. All right, I need to reset my brain. So I guess hold on. I need to make a Stream Deck shortcut for this because I'm driving myself crazy. So basically, what we're looking at when we're doing these Phantasmal Flames is, unless there's like a double hit or something like that, which I don't know if you can expect that in these, 2 reverse hollows and a rare, your EX or SAR or whatever you might be getting. Absolutely, I gotta say, it did put you on a fun chase, especially the part where you learned of the import tax. That was fun is how I would describe that. 100%. Super fun. I love having existential crises on live TV. Okay. I don't know why. I know these aren't valuable, but I still. These are called penny sleeves for a reason, so I sleeve them up anyway. Just because they're like pretty, okay? I like them. And some of them are going to be replacing cards in that National Pokédex, so they do. This one's not. That I'm probably that full art is going to be in my full art collection until I get my full decks together. Anyways, let's do another. Here, hold on. I should really up the light on. It's gonna mess with like editing. The editing is gonna be a little like in the edit. I would go in and adjust the exposure a bit on that first couple of things we did, but there we have better lighting there now. There we go. Okay. I missed the polls. Yeah, I just I got a Phantasmal Flames ETB, and I talked a lot about the new YouTube channel. That if everything works out, I mean, we're looking at early January. Well, I don't know if I want to launch in early January, considering CES after CES, which starts on the 6th and then runs through the 9th. And I'm going to be at CES, so it's just I don't know if I want to start up a channel right then. No one's going to be watching it for a while, other than maybe some people in the community. But yeah. T-Ty, by the way, did you get that feedback from me? I didn't get a response from you after that. Okay. So, all right. Next Phantasmal Flames pack. 2 out of the 9 from this ETB. Am I more zoomed in than I was before? This is fine, though. This would look fine in vertical. Let's wait till it stops shaking. Okay. Okay, so that's just going to be our energy. They love Charcadet. This is the same card as before, just not the reverse hollow. Love Absol. Absol's a great. I don't think I have an Absol yet. Oh yeah. Swinub, Snubble, Alcremie, Cerulege. Cerulege, one of my favorite Pokemon. So sick, so edgy. Might consider him the Lord of Edge, perhaps, or an Edge Lord, Fire Breather supporter. Reverse Hollow Seviper. Reverse Prinplup. That is nice. I like that. I like Prinplup, and I don't have one yet. And Hollow Flygon. Did not have a Flygon yet. That is awesome to get. There we go. There we go. Hollow Flygon. Neat. Add that to the national decks. Let's go ahead and move on to another. Am I not recording? I'm not recording. Oh, bollocks. I didn't record this. I didn't record this one. Sorry. I'll have to download my whole VOD now. Yes, sir. Sorry, I was mapping in PoE2, so I couldn't respond. Okay. Well, I gave you great news. I gave you great news that you can get a 5080 for around the price of a 4080. If you just look on PC Part Picker, there you go. Talk about resetting your brain. I'm messing with the Pokemon Master List to make it look better. Whenever you want, check out that tab B. Oh, nice. Okay. This is what we're talking about here. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, that's starting to look better. For sure. Oh, wrong button. Again. I didn't get a hit. That's when I get a hit. And I need to adjust that because it's from the previous setup. Flygon, yet again overlooked by Game Freak for the Mega Evo you deserve. 100%. Imagine Flygon with like double the wingspan and like aerodynamics, just like looking like a jet fighter. Well, that's I guess that's Latios and Latias. My bad. Okay. I am recording now. Sorry, I interrupted the recording by looking at other stuff and replying to other people. Gotta tell you guys, doing this, the more I do this, the more pack trash becomes a noticeable issue. I think I'll in case that's somehow an extra rare or like a hollow energy. I don't know. No, I don't think there are hollow energies in this set. Okay, Darumaka. I do have one of those. Milcery. Don't have a Milcery yet. Oddish. Ghastly. Crocodile. Do have both of those. Meloetta. Have a nice Meloetta already. Sacred Charm. Okay. The more items I get, the more I want to play the actual TCG. Reverse Hollow Ludicolo. Might be an upgrade for my National Dex Ludicolo. Reverse Hollow Zacian. I do have a better Zacian than this, but this is still a really cool card. And Mega Diancie EX. Just look at that. That is a beautiful EX card. Love that. I want there to be more. Well, I already talked about this in stream, but I want there to be more love for EX cards. It's a damn shame. They're gorgeous cards. They're powerful cards. We love them. For the standard EX. Not like your full arts or SARs of EX Pokemon with the same moves. That, and honestly, just real quick, that's one of the things I think is the best thing about the TCG, if you want to play it, is that they don't lock the powerful moves and abilities behind the ultra rare cards. This is going to be the same as a full art or even SAR of a Mega Diancie EX. It's going to be the same. So you can just get the common one from someone's bulk or from some card shop in a bin or a binder for a buck, rather than having to spend $100 to $800 to get the move you want in your deck. That's a really cool thing about the Pokemon TCG. But okay, there we go. And yep, I'm doing those too. I'm not going to be using this. That might, if Zacian's a good card, I might use it in a deck because I do have a full hollow Zacian, but that might be an upgrade for my Ludicolo. Okay. Neat. Let me just, what am I just going to ignore Primplup? Excuse me. Do you see the new mystery code for Alpha Charizard? Yes, I did get that. Flygon does have an awesome design, but they have taken some already awesome looking Pokemon and made them even better in with Mega Evolutions. Just look at Starmie. They just remind me that a Mega Evo for Yanmega would make it Mega Yanmega. Oh, that's great. See, that needs to happen too. But yeah, I did get the Alpha Charizard, guys. I was spending some time with Ari earlier, and I was playing some ZA. I am not a huge fan of the donut mechanic, because in Scarlet and Violet, you knew exactly what type you were making a shiny sandwich for, right? You knew what type. And you knew what buffs you could get. It's so randomized in the donuts. What the heck? It took me forever to get a shiny level 3 shiny steel donut. But in that one in that one mega dimension or hyper dimension, whatever, hyperspace, whatever it's called. I got both an alpha shiny. No, it wasn't alpha. So I got a shiny Steelix, a normal shiny Steelix, which is awesome. Okay, it's all gold. It's crazy. And then a shiny alpha Metagross. Oh man, that was so. It makes me wish I streamed that stuff. But it's so tedious to make the donuts and have to reset and reset and reset. Ugh. But yeah, I've wanted a shiny Metagross forever. Metagross is an awesome Pokemon, okay? And the shiny looks even better. But I was not expecting to get a shiny alpha one. That I didn't have to reset for it, by the way. I only had to reset to make the donut. If you don't understand what I'm saying, I am happy for you. Have a good night, Gary. Awesome. All good. Been thinking about how much tougher this has gotten for you versus just a few months ago. Let's hope the bubble bursts sooner rather than later. Yeah. Here's hoping, Dozilla. I mean, look at what I've resorted to keep my sanity. Starting a Pokemon channel on the side, which hasn't started yet. I know you were like, I want to subscribe immediately. It's not up yet. I still haven't settled on what I'm going to call it. Oh, okay. Chat, let's talk about that. I'm really not feeling, I giggled for a little bit at the concept of having a channel called Pokebald because you have Pokeballs, right? That's what you catch Pokemon in. And I'm bald, but it's not sticking for me. I'm not really sold on it. But there's something that happened. I know it's brilliant. I don't know. It's still in the running. It's still in the running, Shanala. It's still in the running. But there's something that happened that rarely happens, okay? I almost never let comments get to me. I let this comment get to me, and it bothered me for hours. And it was on the last stream. And I don't want anyone to go to the last VOD and go to the comment and say crap to this person. That's not how we roll around here, okay? It's not what we do. Negative people get to stew in their own negative juices and reap the negative rewards. They won't get that here. But it was someone who I guess does not understand how streaming works, because it was on YouTube and it was a live stream, but instead of saying anything in chat, they went to the comments and said, Pokemon, really? How old are you? 12? And I was like, hey, what the hell? I wish I hadn't. My knee-jerk, it's like, what do you mean, what am I? Are you 12? What kind of insult is that? It was such a lame insult. I was offended at how lame the insult was. Like, how lazy is that? That's a thing for kids. This guy. And like, look, I don't think that they were being like sarcastic, okay? Like where they're like, what are you, 12? No, I think they really meant it, because this is also like when you're in the app for managing your YouTube channel, the phone app, you can basically click on someone who commented on something. It'll show you all the comments they've ever made on any videos on your channel. This person went to my most viewed video now, which is how to set up your new pre-built gaming PC, right? This is a video for people who are getting their first PC, are excited, who got through all the gatekeeping and all that crap and just said, I don't care. I'm getting a pre-built. It's going to be awesome. And I'm like, yes, it is. It's like it's a computer or something. Like, it's not even different. It's a whole computer. Pre-builts are fine. You just got to buy them from the right place. That's my job, to help you with that, right? This dude goes into that and says, My first PC was a blank, blank, blank with a really old PC. And he's like, I've built every one of my own PCs ever since. No, hold on. Sorry. That's not wait. Okay. This is stupid mouse. Okay. Who actually cares? Why are you gatekeeping on my video that is there to help and encourage people to get into our hobby? I don't care if you build all your own PCs. Good for you. Here's a digital pat on the back. But don't gatekeep in my comments. So that's the kind of person this is. Like they didn't even say anything mean. All they're doing is saying, I build all my own PCs. Whoopity-doo! So do I. I started with a pre-built, but after that, I built every one of my own PCs, except when I didn't because I couldn't, because you couldn't get a GPU to save your freaking life. And at that point, pre-builts were a fine option because I'm not stupid, okay? I know a pre-built is just a PC. It's just parts in fancy packaging, as in a PC case. So that's the kind of person this is. I don't think they know. I don't think they think they're being mean. I think they just mean it. They just like, that's for young people. I don't understand. Why are you doing a thing that's for young people? Okay. Okay. First off, Pokemon stuff launched when I was around that age. 11, 12 years old, 10 years old, something like that. And while I didn't get into it then, I easily could have. Well, maybe not. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I didn't have anyone around me that was into it. You know, once I got into high school, Magic, MTG became a thing, right? But I didn't get into Pokemon back then, but I could have. And then it could have been a lifelong passion. What's wrong? And then I would share it with my kid. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, why are you so sour? Yes, where is your whimsy? Exactly. Pokemon, really? Are you 12? I wish I was 12 again. Oh my God, yeah. I would know to invest in Bitcoin before it exploded, and I guess that's a majority play I would do, really. Maybe try to get the lottery numbers for 1 or 2 lottos. Yeah. Invest in Google. Invest in NVIDIA. So I think I need to incorporate something about that. Not about that comment. That comment's stupid, and I forgot about it after a while. I let it get to me. I was basically thinking about it for a while. I was like, and none of it was doubting my own interests, because you should never let anybody cause you to doubt your own interests, okay? If you're if you're doing something that makes you happy, doesn't harm anybody else, it's not illegal, whatever, who the freak cares? Live your life. This is a free country. For now. I mean, if guys like that had their way, I guess it maybe wouldn't be. It's like we're getting reverse carded at the hobby store, the card shop. Like, all right, I'm gonna need to see ID. Yes, it says that you're over 18. You cannot buy anything that makes you happy. You have to go to work and then go home and then sleep and then wake up and then go to work and then so on and so forth. That is all you have. Oh, also build your own PCs, I guess. But like, when you think about it, isn't insisting on building your own PCs, even though you're an adult and have responsibilities, isn't that also kind of childish? Because there are PC companies with people who have been building PCs way more than you have. Even if you are a hobbyist PC builder, you might build 20 or 30 PCs in your life. That's a couple days of work for the average builder at iBuyPower. They're better at it than you. They do it for a living. So just pay them and have a warranty. Isn't that more reasonable? What are you, 12? Well, if it isn't Nugget Ari, hello. I didn't know you were listening in. Hobbies and interests can grow with a person over time. 100%. Whenever you get into a hobby, that was the right time. Whenever it is. Now, buy a ton of base set Pokemon booster boxes. I mean, sure, yes, and then put them in an airtight safe. No, because that fluctuates. I don't know. As a DIYer, Dozilla, as a DIYer since 2000, it's the one thing I really dislike in the PCG space. And the constant trash talk about pre-builts. I always recommend pre-builts to newcomers. Chastising people doesn't help. Well, I mean, the thing about it is, Dozilla, most of the people who are chastising newcomers started with a pre-built, statistically speaking. Jay's 2 cents started with a pre-built. Paul's Hardware started with the pre-built. The founder of PCMR, Pedro, I have him and the other ones I mentioned on camera saying they started with the pre-built. Most people start with the family PC, which is a pre-built. But being like, well, I did that, but that's me. You can't do it. Is dumb and stupid and dumb. I've been wanting to get into Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG again, but no one plays where I live. Yeah, that can be an important aspect, Exiled Wolf. And I don't know if it's like Pokemon where they have TCG Pocket, which is very popular right now, and actually can impart some of the dopamine from opening packs, although you don't actually have the physical card or whatever, and they could shut down the game anytime they want, which is why I don't put anything into that money-wise. But yeah, you can play with people all over the world. So there's that. Yugo has Master Duel. There you go. Shinala coming in clutch. There you go. So that's your way to get back into it. But whatever collection you have, I don't know if that translates. With Pokemon, their problem right now is you can get these codes every time you open a pack. And they have TCG Live, which is different from TCG Pocket. And this lets you open a pack. It gives you a pack in TCG Live, which I guess doesn't translate to Pocket. I have not found a way to transfer that over. Because I would like to try it out, I guess. You know, why not? 100% same here. First 3 PCs were pre-built. A computer is a computer. Unless it's a Dell with proprietary OEM stuff is a little bit on its own because you can't really upgrade that very easily other than the very basic upgrades. But still, it's a computer. You can still upgrade some things. Okay, it's still got proprietary motherboard and power supply, and those are very serious issues for upgrading and longevity and e-waste issues. But still, it's a start. It doesn't matter. But that's also why I don't recommend those. Brad told you need to look into Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I promise you. But I don't like Yu-Gi-Oh. I've never watched the anime. Are there games? There are games for Yu-Gi-Oh. I've never played them. Pokemon is something that I've had an interest in for a long time. Yes, you do. What? I do what? You just don't know it yet. Look, all I know is the duel thing. That's all I got. My very first PC was a Commodore 128. That's pre-built. Ari, look. How are you when I try to pressure you into something? Why do you think I've tried to sort of take a back seat on the whole programming interest thing? Because I love the fact that you're getting into that, but I don't want to pressure you because then it might push you away from it. Some people like having someone being vocally like, yeah, do that thing. Others don't like that. And that's normal. I need Digimon to launch their digital TCG client. My problem with any digital TCG is the same problem I have with Steam games, the same problem that I have with Stop Killing Games. I don't have a problem with Stop Killing Games, but why I support Stop Killing Games is that you don't own those cards. You don't own those cards. They can shut down the game and all the money you spent is gone. Natty says, can't hear you over Floodgate, Hand Trap, Fuwalos, Negate, FTK. You've activated my trap card? Am I participating? Am I participating in the inside stuff? Are we? What's funny? What are we laughing at? I want to laugh. Sorry. I do apologize for that. So I was thinking, I wish I knew the voice that was in Shannala, because I would totally do it, whatever that voice was, but I just don't know it. People tend to spam the same traps that they can. Fair. Okay. Yeah, I got you. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know. Like a Pokemon deck is what, 40 cards? How much is it? How many cards are in a Yu-Gi-Oh deck in comparison? Not too many more, right? Can't be much more than 40 cards. Right? Right, chat? Isn't that right? I saw some meme or something about these guys who had like a 6-foot thing that they were carrying that had all their deck in it. It was crazy. It's just that I have a big problem with current Yu-Gi-Oh! Because if you try to play in any setting, even a casual one, a lot of the people you're going to meet are playing the meta, and the meta is just the same cards over and over again to get your Futica Otaka. Okay. OTK? Don't they have a majority stake in Starforge Systems? First turn kill, one turn kill. Ah, got it. Ari, I appreciate the supportive words. And no, I don't want to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! We already have too much anime to watch as it is. Is there a new episode of Gachiakuta right now? What even time is it right now? It's 12:06. Oh, okay. Well, I think I recorded enough for a couple of first shorts. What do y'all think? Oh, what I was saying about the name thing is like something that incorporates, or you know what? You're just never too old to have fun. Unless you are, I guess. But no, that's just something I can say as a reminder in every freaking video. Remember, you are never too old to have fun. All right? I will die on that hill. Probably while still collecting something or building something or making something or playing a game or whatever. I will die of old age on that hill, having fun. So I guess that doesn't have much to do with the name of the channel. Pokeball just sounds... First off, I haven't even checked if there already is a channel called that. That's usually the first thing I look at when I'm considering naming a channel. Let me go find out real quick. I gotta close all these tabs. Good Lord. Yeah, there's a bunch. Not any that have a lot of traction, it seems. But that doesn't mean I want to jump into it and pull the rug out from under them. But yeah. One subscriber, 24 subscribers, 231 subscribers, and 6 subscribers. None of them use the accent. Like, guys, Come on, it's right there. I mean, it makes it more searchable to not use the accent, honestly. Or whatever it's called. How long ago did this person upload a video? They're doing shorts. They're getting views. Yeah, I can't do that. 22K views, but how long ago was this? Description. July 16th, 2025. Yeah, I can't take that name. And honestly, I hope that they do really good. Okay, so that name's off the table. Seeing another channel with that name and just being like, oh, I'm gonna do better. It's a jerk move. We don't do that. Well, that's okay. I have, of course, I do it kind of ironically, but for my Twitter account, I have a Gen AI avatar as well. But also, it's Twitter. Who freaking cares? And it was also early on when it was kind of punk to do AI stuff, and it hadn't taken over the freaking. I mean, I made this thing like a year ago or a year and a half ago, something like that. RGB drill. True. But no, I mean, I don't know. Honestly, it could just be Brayathorn TCG or Brayathorn Gaming or something like that. And then if Pokemon stuff doesn't work out, which that would make me very sad, I can pivot to any other gaming stuff I want. The actual idea, the actual thing that I probably really want to do is just call it Brayathorn and call the current channel PC Gateway. That's probably the move, guys. Now I realize it may seem a bit manipulative if I do that, because people might hear, oh, go check out Brayathorn for PC stuff, and then they'll go look for my channel, and it'll be like, it'll bring them to my channel, but it's the wrong one. But no, I've always intended for the PC centric pre-built content, all that stuff, to be under a different name other than just my gamer tag name that I've used forever, or from my D&D character from way back when, or my World of Warcraft character. It's all of the above, by the way. I've used the name Brayathorn for many years. But I've always intended to give the tech channel a name that is not just me, because I don't know, at some point, if things go as I plan, it might grow big enough to where I bring in a couple other creators, things like that. I'm not going to want to do this until the day I die, but this is the gateway. This is how people get into this stuff. That's the intention, is to make a welcoming way for people to get into PCs. And it is the gateway. So if it's me doing it or not, I would find someone else to join in. And as long as people, because it's just like how Linus always regrets calling the channel Linus Tech Tips. I mean, I'm still going to be me, but it doesn't have to be named after me. I want to leave a legacy, something that can always be welcoming for those who want to get into PC gaming, or whatever it evolves into in the next 20, 30 years. Who knows? I wouldn't consider it manipulative. Like, a manipulative name would be naming your channel, I don't know, Carter PCs. Like, hey, I changed the name of my channel to better suit my vision of it. Okay, fair. That's fair. What is he playing? Oh, hold up. Emmett is playing one of my favorite games of all time. He's usually doing that. But no, this is Final Fantasy IV, or in the US, Final Fantasy, or in the US, Final Fantasy II. The first Final Fantasy I ever played and beat as a kid. And I want to, one of the best games of all time. And I want to take y'all over to this and just give my buddy Emmett some love. He's a great guy. and a great creator, great content creator, great streamer. Let's go ahead and do that. We're going to raid my friend, say some nice things to him. Even if you got to go, give me 90 seconds of your time just to support what I do and what they do. It's just going to add a little bit of hype to streaming. It can go for a long time and be very tiring. So, you know. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for everything, for hanging out, and for vibing with me like that. I mean, it was a great stream, even though we only talked about PCs for like half of it. But you were here. Who knows? Maybe sometime down the line, you'll be like, I was there when he was coming up with that Pokemon channel. And now he's kind of a Pokemon YouTuber. I don't know. Who knows how that'll turn out. But all right, guys. Thank you so much. I'll catch y'all on Tuesday. Until then, take care.
Let's go, nerds!